Σεβασμιότατοι, σεβαστοί πατέρες,
Your Eminencies, Fathers,
κύριοι καθηγητές και κύριες καθηγήτες,
Professors, ladies and gentlemen,
σας καλωσορίζω στην
welcome
απογευματινή αυτή
to this afternoon's session,
η οποία έχει ως τίτλο το βιβλικό
whose title is The Biblical and Patristic Background of the Theological Thought of the Metropolitan of Pergamon. We have the pleasure and the honor to welcome around this table two distinguished speakers. The first speaker will be Ms. Ekaterini Tsalabouni, who is a professor on New Testament in the Theological School of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Her subject matter is the New Testament, its hermeneutics and history. Ms. Tsalabouni has studied in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and then she did her postgraduate studies in Heidelberg, Germany. She is a member of various academic societies, such as the Society of Biblical Literature, and also a member of the board of the Greek Biblical Society and the Academy of Theological Studies of Volos. The topic of her lecture is the biblical background of Metropolitan John Zizioulas theology. Ms. Tsalabouni, the floor to you. Unfortunately, the speaker is off the microphone. Your Eminencies, Your Graces, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to participate in this conference in memory of the late Metropolitan of Pergamon, Zizioulas, and I would like to warmly thank the organizing committee and the scientific committee for the invitation. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky enough to attend his university lectures in the Theological School of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, but I do remember the positive references to him by my professors. Looking back at the age of my student years in the middle of the 80s, I can realize the influence his thought had exercised on academic theology and the discussions it had caused. It was around the end of the so-called 60s theology era, who was expressed also by John Zizioulas. The proof of his influence is the constructive dialogue caused even today by his theological thought and his acknowledgement by Orthodox and non-Orthodox as one of the major theologians and Christian figures of the 20th century. I serve today the theological department where he taught, and I feel very emotional for my participation in this conference. What I'm about to expose to you is a very short and brief reflection from the perspective not of a systematic but a biblical theologian. And of course, I'm not going to cover the entire range of his work and thinking. The decision of the scientific committee to include such a perspective in the speeches of this conference is important in my opinion. While quite often reference is made to the interaction of John Zizioulas with the patristic tradition, philosophy, and previous or contemporary theologians, the exploration of the biblical background of his thinking is rather limited. Contemporary biblical researchers have not dwelt into it, and systematic theologians usually limit their references to short statements about the biblical background of his theology. One might wonder, why is it so important to discuss this issue, since the Bible, as an organic and primary part of the church tradition, is a sine qua non condition for every Orthodox theologian and a constant point of reference. While in principle this is true, fact quite often contemporary biblical and systematic theologians follow parallel courses. For systematic theologians, any reference to the biblical text are made either to prove already formulated statements or in the form of quotes, or when there is a comment on biblical passages. This happens not starting from the biblical text, but from what is considered real and undisputable, stripping the biblical text from the ability to have its own voice. Any new discussions in the area of biblical theology are quite often unknown and not taken into account in the Orthodox systematic theology. On the other hand, biblical theologians are very reserved when it comes to their dialogue with systematic theologians, because they consider that biblical research might be subdued to systematic theology, and they highlight the risk of an anachronistic reading of the biblical text. Moreover, modern Orthodox biblical research very rarely delves into the work and the proposals of systematic theologians. I would dare to say that biblical and systematic theology look like two neighbors that exist peacefully, but without any in-depth communication or effort to get to know each other better. Fences make good neighbors, as the known English proverb goes. And in the case of the relationship between biblical and systematic theology, this fence sometimes acts as a method of isolation, of limitation, and not as a meeting point of two neighbors. And what is their common reference? It is the event of salvation, as it happened in history with the incarnation of the Word, the crucifixion, and the resurrection. Finally, this rather awkward relation with the biblical text seems also to have its roots in the theological developments in the Orthodox space since the the Ottoman Empire. The suspicion of Protestant influence in any new proposal of interpretation of the biblical text, the promotion of the neo-patristic paradigm, which then constructed an idealized and uniform patristic rule, and finally the abandonment of the turn to the patristic tradition and its replacement with the word of contemporary elders and monks. Having regard to the above, it is useful to ask the question of a possible dialogue between the thinking of Ioannis Zizioulas with the biblical word and explore any meeting points. Already, Mr. Asproulis yesterday, in his interesting comparison between Father George Flerowski and John Zizioulas, highlighting the different treatment of the biblical tradition and the preference of different elements in the proposal of each one. Regardless of their different approaches, what remains and is important is that both theologians use the biblical text as their beginning point and not as a proof for their arguments. In the case of Ioannis Zizioulas, the biblical witness, as delivered and perceived by the Church through its history up to today, seems to permit with an indirect, still obvious way, his entire thinking, without making an extensive hermeneutic comment of biblical texts. This is a creative and original perception of the biblical witness, which leads to selections and preferences over certain aspects of the rich biblical tradition. The biblical text can be no more than a beginning point and an inspiration for the hermeneutics of the event of salvation throughout the centuries, and it cannot under no circumstances be an exclusive or unique voice for the church's body. It cannot be the absolute authority that leaves no room for any other witness or church experience. The biblical witness keeps its primary and canonistic position without abolishing the freedom and creative pluralism of the church's body. The biblical texts are characterized by a pluralism which was respected by the church, because in this freedom of spirit they also perceive the ecumenic and the inclusive aspect of the event of salvation. For example, the rejection of the Thesaron book. A careful study and analysis of the individual aspects of John Zizioulas' theology, particularly his Eucharistic ecclesiology, his pneumatological Christology and eschatology, leads to the realization that three lines of the biblical tradition seem to have exercised the largest influence. First of all, John's theology, mainly when it comes to the emergence of the Eucharistic ecclesiological model, the understanding of the role of the Spirit within church and in the story of salvation. Secondly, Paul's soteriology, and especially the understanding of Jesus Christ as the new Adam, meaning as a corporate personality for the entire humanity. Paul's understanding of participation and communion with the body of Christ and the perception of church as a Eucharistic community despite its local character. Finally, the third line of biblical tradition is the concept of the kingdom of God as the eschatological reality which is already existent in history. It is already here and not still, as described in the parables and the teaching of Jesus. These three axes of biblical tradition are creatively combined in the theological system of John Zizioulas, without making a particular reference to the historic analysis of these traditions or possible tensions or differences amongst them. For example, the image of the kingdom of God is combined with the eschatologic Eucharistic image of the book of Revelation, even though historically they belonged in two different levels of the ancient Christian tradition, and they require intertextual links with different eschatological representations of the Old Testament. Even though this distinction of traditions applies to the level of historical analysis, the creative merging is not prohibited. Such a perception of the Bible is consistent both with the prior patristic hermeneutic tradition and its liturgical operation by the church community. This leads to original readings of the biblical text which respect the hermeneutical tradition but do not limit themselves in it, but they dare to suggest new understandings in dialogue not only with the past but with the present of the modern church community. An exceptional example of this creative synthesis is a discussion on the biblical aspect of Eucharism in John Zizioulas' book, The Eucharistic Communion and the Word. Zizioulas, in the part of the relevant chapter, compares the full descriptions of the sacrament of Eucharist and acknowledges their dependence from the celebration of the Passover dinner. But then he compares the Sunday communion with Passover and identifies the differentiation elements that make Sunday communion unique. The way in which the Metropolitan of Pergamon discusses with the biblical text is exemplary. The biblical witness is not used as a proof for an a priori position on Eucharist. On the contrary, the text, as utilized by John Zizioulas, leads to his conclusions on the importance of the Eucharist and its link to the eschaton. Of course, this doesn't mean that he doesn't critically select or synthesize the individual elements of the biblical tradition. The Eucharistic event acquires an eschatological perspective through brilliant intertextual links to other passages of the Old and mainly the New Testament. These reading correlations are not arbitrary. The reference to the Sunday Supper allows to link it with the images of the Last Supper and the promise of Jesus that he will drink wine again with his disciples in the kingdom of God, in the kingdom of his Father. This makes it possible to link the Eucharistic event with the eschaton. At the same time, the utilization of the phrase Lamb of God leads to a comparison with the Passover dinner and, on the other hand, enables the link with the eschatological marriage of the Lamb and the vision of the eschatological Eucharistic supper of the Church in Revelation. The same applies to the link between the Eucharist with the joy of resurrection. The eschatological appeal, Maranatha, is combined with the happy image of the Lamb's marriage and the biblical witness for the supper of the Lord with his disciples. In this eschatological understanding of the Eucharistic supper, a key role is played by the witness of Revelation. Zizioulas recognizes the uniqueness of this witness in the New Testament, but also uses it in order to eschatologically understand the other Eucharistic references in the New Testament. Although such a reading might sound alien, especially when approached on the basis of the principles of the historico-critic method, it is supported by a combined reading of the biblical text which leaves behind the analytical way of thinking and moves towards a creative synthesis. This creative process surely overlooks some issues. For example, Zizioulas very briefly mentions that Judah received bread during the Last Supper and left the assembly, but he leaves the question open: did he participate in the Eucharistic supper? He makes reference to the Sunday supper of Pauline communities, as described in the first epistle to Corinthians, but he doesn't talk about the tensions and social discriminations that lead Paul to strict recommendations. He talks about the joy of Eucharistic assemblies of the community of Jerusalem, but he doesn't talk about the tension and the sadness caused by the event with Ananias and Sapphira. This selective reference is not made in order to mislead the readers. No, it starts from the effort to understand the historic past of the community under the light of the eschaton. It is an ongoing constant in the work of Ioannis Zizioulas that eschaton define the present. Therefore, such anomalies concern the historic reality, but they do not define the eschatological perfection, the eschatological telos. For the eschatological understanding of the Church, the Holy Spirit plays a decisive role. It has already been highlighted by various researchers. The importance of pneumatological Christology in John Zizioulas' work. Again, the Metropolitan of Pergamon decides to follow a particular Christological model of theology in the New Testament, which is mainly found in John's Gospel and in Luke's Gospel. Especially in John's Gospel, Jesus is linked closely to the Spirit of truth, when he promises his disciples that he will ask his Father to send another Paraclete. So the Spirit is another Paraclete. This Paraclete will remind, explain, and interpret the word of Jesus as Jesus did with the will of his Father. He will be with them as he was with them, and he remains at the end of the fourth Gospel. Upon his resurrection, the disciples received the Holy Spirit already in the first appearance of the resurrected. And Jesus stays with them, eats with them, and teaches them. With his insightful hermeneutical Luke, the Metropolitan of Pergamon distinguishes the relevant course in Luke's Gospel, and he's right to do so. The Holy Spirit accompanies Jesus throughout the course of his action on earth, and in some cases it is identified with him. The Holy Spirit acts as the link between the various parts of the third Gospel amongst them, but also creates intra-text bridges between the Gospel and the Book of Actions. The references to Holy Spirit in Luke's Gospels are fulfilled in the second volume of Luke's work, where the life of the first church is described. For example, John says that he who will come after him will baptize with Holy Spirit and fire, and the resurrected Jesus promises to send the promise of the Father. This biblical material provides the ground for the connection of ecclesiology with pneumatology in the work of Zizioulas. Again, such a reading creates a movement forward, but it leaves open the question how this dynamic can justify the fixation of hierarchy and order within the Church. The Metropolitan of Pergamon recognizes that, the connection of this hierarchy with the eschatological image of the Eucharistic community is found only in the Book of Revelation, and seeks to explain it as a solution in the issue of combining the one with the many within the Church. Definitely, Zizioulas understands the eschatological identity of the Church in a unique way. This exceptionally dynamic understanding of the eschaton undoubtedly is inspired by the equally unique and radical image of the Kingdom of God in the Gospel's text. The eschaton is not just the end of the historical course, but also the beginning and its end that dictates the present of the Word and the Church. The idea of the anamnesis of the future requires a back-to-the-future course, which is none other than the end, and makes thus the present the right opportunity for action in order to achieve this end. Analogically, the parables of the kingdom teach that the kingdom of God is a challenge right here, and the realization of this tension, a kingdom which is already here but not yet, transforms time in an opportunity for action and decisions. Yes, there are some differences between the parabolic images of the kingdom and the eschatological understanding of Church by Zizioulas, but the eschatological model he proposes leaves room for a dynamic understanding of the kingdom and therefore the Church, and creates the conditions for bold decisions every time within the history of Church, possibly different than prior stances and practices. In any case, it is a constant movement forward that does not allow us to enclose ourselves in the past and the present. Moreover, the dynamic of this biblical eschatological model ensures that the eschaton is an unchanged constant that is imposed on the present of church. The entrance of the eschaton in the present of the history is rather an opportunity, a leaves room for multiple choices, and mainly the making of new decisions and the opportunity for a constantly transforming church. To conclude and to sum up, the work of the Metropolitan of Pergamon, John Zizioulas, is an exceptional example of a fertile meeting between systematic theology and the biblical text, and it demonstrates how the latter can fit the theological world, and through a fertile utilization of philosophical models of thinking, it can lead to bold and constantly new theological proposals that do not enclose us in a nostalgia of the past, but they create a new beginning and a new movement forward. Thank you.
We wish to thank warmly Ms. Tsalabouni for this truly interesting and, I dare to say, innovative contribution in the hermeneutics of the theological work of the late Metropolitan of Pergamon. Indeed, there is a certain, let's say, reluctance, as Dr. Tsalabouni said, of the biblical theology and the systematic sector. We could even talk about a certain rift or marginalization, but still, this presentation managed to showcase that the fact that Zizioulas theology had as a point of departure the biblical theology, in other words, text of the Bible, that he did not use as an evidence, and he was not, of course, let's say, bound by this document, as he was a free, open-minded theologian. So, after this report, we shall continue with the next speech, the next contribution by the Reverend Proto-Presbyter Professor Dr. Alexis Torrance. Father Alexis has studied theology at the Oxford University, and he is a member since 2010, correct me if I'm wrong, at the Department of Theology of the Notre Dame University in the United States. His research interests are in patrology, Byzantology, and Orthodox theology, especially in Christology, anthropological theology, asceticism, and the role between East and West. He has been ordained here at the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople in 2020, and he is a proto-presbyter of the Ecumenical Throne. Father Alexios, the floor is yours for the next 30 minutes.
Your Graces. Dear fathers, colleagues, friends, I would like to first join the chorus of thanksgiving to His All Holiness, who not only gave us such an inspiring opening lecture, but graced us with his presence for many talks, and through him to the Ecumenical Patriarchate for blessing this event and for being a light upon the earth. I would also like to thank the conference sponsors and the individual organizers. I'm greatly honored to be here with you in order to celebrate, consider, and think through together the awe-inspiring theological legacy of the ever-memorable Elder Metropolitan of Pergamon, John Zizioulas. I didn't know him well, but I knew him a little. Better? Beyond his theology, the two things that I particularly hold dear were his nobility of spirit, a nobility of soul and generosity, together with the power of his liturgical celebration, the liturgical ethos. Of all the comments that we exchanged, I think he was most satisfied when I told him how meaningful it was to me as a 16-year-old boy to witness him serve the Divine Liturgy at the monastery in Essex. All the other theological considerations were secondary. For him, this was mission accomplished. I've been tasked with speaking about patristic theology in his corpus, which is not a narrow or easy task. It encompasses both the larger question of how to approach the Fathers in general as sources of theology, as well as the specific question of which Fathers Zizioulas privileges and how he deploys them in his work. I cannot hope to satisfy the demands of that task here. Nonetheless, I will try to address the important elements of the issue by looking first at some of his comments on the relationship between patristic theology and modern Orthodox theology, and second, to focus on his use of one Father in particular, who has come up again and again, one Father he used to articulate his theological vision above all, that is St. Maximus, the Confessor. Ever the student of Father George Florovsky, Metropolitan John considered the abandonment of patristic theology an unthinkable path for Orthodox theology. But he also, like Florovsky, though in his own way, refused to reduce Orthodox theology to a simple repetition or parroting of the tradition. His creative use of St. Maximus will emerge as a brilliant example of and testimony to his overall understanding of patristic theology and its fundamental place and guiding role for contemporary Orthodox theology. Before I begin, I should mention that I am limiting my comments on the Metropolitan's works to his great trilogy, Being as Communion, Communion and Otherness, and Remembering the Future, as well as his crucial landmark article, Person and Nature in the Theology of St. Maximus the Confessor. So patristic theology and Orthodox theology. We do not need to rehearse here in detail the fact that Metropolitan John consciously saw his theological work as an enactment of Florovsky's methodological call for neo-patristic synthesis in Orthodox theology. We might simply mention that His Eminence was especially conscious of the two terms that qualify the term patristic in this balanced formulation, that is, neo and synthesis. Unfortunately, many have abused the formulation neo-patristic synthesis to mean simply patristic without qualification, just a scholastic repetition of the Fathers and nothing more. But Metropolitan John recognized, perhaps more than any other inheritor of Florovsky's legacy, the vital importance of those other two words. Orthodox theology needed to be neo, that is, addressed to contemporary concerns and questions. And it also had to strive for synthesis, that is, it needed to offer a coherent vision to the modern world, drawn out from the well of the Fathers, to be sure, but not satisfied with mere patristic archaeology. But to say His Eminence placed a special accent on the need for a neo-patristic theology that was also a creative striving for synthesis does not at all mean that he ignored or underplayed the central term, that is, patristic. For Zizioulas, Orthodox theology that is not patristic was quite simply inconceivable. The question was not whether Orthodox theology should be patristic or not, but of how it should be patristic. What relationship should the Orthodox theologian have to the Fathers? Reverence for our fathers whom God inspired was presupposed by Zizioulas, but the form that reverence took in the theological sphere had to transcend the temptation simply to present their words blindly and without commentary. This was actually a diminishment of true reverence, and it stunted theological growth. As he writes in Remembering the Future, if we wish to learn from the fathers, we cannot just repeat their words, we must reflect on them. Such reflection was understood by Zizioulas, especially in his later years, as interwoven with the larger problem of hermeneutics. He lamented that Orthodox theology had not yet properly grappled with this question of hermeneutics. He describes it at one point in Remembering the Future in this manner, quote, Orthodox theological epistemology remains on the whole unaffected by hermeneutics, oscillating between the traditionalist tendency to draw its content from a search of the past and the apophaticism of a mystical theology of a Dionysian type that is looking above rather than forward. End quote. Metropolitan John's final project on eschatology was also a decisive contribution to this question of hermeneutics. He saw the critical need to develop an understanding of Orthodox theology that is neither a slave of the past nor an escapist vertical ascent out of the present, but that draws its content from the future, specifically from the eschaton. Such an understanding is far more richly patristic than it might first sound. It is based on the expectation of the general resurrection, or the dawn of ever-being, or eternal being, which is confessed at every divine liturgy in the Creed. I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the age to come. It is not, in other words, an attempt to build theological hermeneutics on the basis of a utopian future created by the efforts of man, but to build it on the firm foundation of Christ's victory, which is a coming victory, a victory not yet fully realized. What this presupposes is not a straightforward freeing of theology from the shackles of history, as some might assume. It presupposes more that the fathers themselves were freed from the shackles of this corrupted world, and who thus, at their most inspired, speak to us not so much from the past as from the future, from the eschaton. It opens up the possibility that the voice of the Church in the past, conditioned as it has been by historical circumstance, nonetheless speaks words of eternal life, eschatological words that shall not pass away. The emphasis on eschatology, in other words, is not an excuse to run away from the fathers, but to run towards them. We run, of course, with our own luggage, our own set of concerns, our own context, our own needs, and our own history, just as they did in their time. These distinctions should not be overlooked or eliminated. They are indeed part of what allows for the generation of unique or deepened theological insight in each generation. Zizioulas clearly recognizes this, but this does not negate the fact that the gift of theology that comes down to us from the Father of lights, the God of our fathers, must continually be conducted in the atmosphere of the fathers, that is, in an eschatological atmosphere. At one point, Metropolitan John writes that, quote, the task of a systematic theologian who tries to be faithful to patristic thought is precisely to make explicit what is implicit in the expressions of the fathers. He then adds in a footnote, and this is in the Person and Nature article, this is no easy task. It requires faithfulness to the words of the fathers, combined with openness to questions which the fathers had not raised in their time. He is describing his own struggle here to combine faithfulness to the fathers, without which we fall away not so much from our past, as from our future, where the fathers await us, and the need to address circumstances and questions that had not arisen in the same way for the fathers in their day. A concrete example and fruit of this struggle is identified by Zizioulas in Communion and Otherness with the concept of an ontology of love. He writes, "Patristic theology provides us with the philosophical tools to work out an ontology of love in which freedom and otherness can be conceived as indispensable and fundamental existential realities without the intervention of separateness, distance, or even nothingness, or a rejection of ontology, as so much of so-called postmodernity assumes to be necessary in dealing with the subject of otherness." End quote. Notice that patristic theology is not understood as a complete system here, to which nothing can be added, but its insights are nonetheless according to the whole for Zizioulas. That is, patristic theology bears a Catholic character in the original meaning of that term. It continues to yield abundant fruit beyond the bare texts of the Fathers by supplying an inheritance from the end, not only of Christian witness, but of Christian thought, philosophical tools, as he puts it, that can and should be exploited and brought to bear on the existential concerns of every age. Now, of all the individual fathers that contribute to His Eminence's thought, there is ultimately none more decisive nor significant than St. Maximus the Confessor. It is St. Maximus, for Zizioulas, who most fully succeeds at articulating a thoroughgoing Christian ontology of love. In doing so, Zizioulas writes, quote, in Being as Communion, "Maximus succeeded in nothing less than the miracle of reconciling a circle with a straight line." That is, communion with otherness. You could say person and nature too. I would like then to concentrate on the role Maximus plays in Zizioulas' thought. St. Maximus the Confessor was, in a way, Metropolitan John's first love as a research student in theology, and proved also to be his last love, too, as we see from his landmark paper on person and nature in St. Maximus, delivered in Belgrade in 2012, thanks to the efforts of His Grace Bishop Maxime up front here, and as a reading of his posthumous Remembering the Future, again for which we thank His Grace Bishop Maxime, amply demonstrates. Metropolitan John worked on the Christology of St. Maximus for a doctoral degree at Harvard, and though he eventually completed a different dissertation at Athens that we all know on ecclesiology, his love for and expertise in the theology of St. Maximus accompanied him throughout his career. Especially in his last work, Zizioulas' love for Maximus is on full display. Just look through the index at the names of the fathers and you'll see half a page of citations from beginning to end for St. Maximus. We could, I think, without too much exaggeration, consider remembering the future as a kind of Maximian coda to his whole corpus. What then drew the mind of the great Metropolitan to the theology of Maximus? This question can be answered, I think, on two levels. The first has to do with Maximus's overall vision, what he represented as a whole. And the second level has to do with specific insights that allowed Zizioulas to develop particular aspects of his own theology. I will touch on both these levels. At the first level, St. Maximus is, for Metropolitan John, the quintessential theologian. He writes, quote, "St. Maximus is an example of the wide, all-embracing nature of theology. There is no aspect or area of existence to which theology should remain indifferent: cosmology, anthropology, art, ecclesial and spiritual life, etc." End quote. Maximus is the consummate exemplar for the aspiring theologian, precisely because his theology touches on every dimension of life and its implications have ramifications far beyond any closed dogmatic construct. It just came to me, for those who push the episcopomonism line, they have to deal with the fact that the supreme theologian is a lay monk in Metropolitan John's vision. Metropolitan John especially appreciates the sustained, patient, and wide-ranging mode of Maximus's approach to theology. Thus he can say that, quote, "It was the merit of St. Maximus the Confessor to develop this Christocentric cosmology in all its consequences," remembering the future. Zizioulas sees in Maximus a radical pioneer, especially via his full incorporation of eschatology into theology. A few statements from His Eminence are worth citing to drive home what I mean, all from Remembering the Future. Quote, "The first explicit and fully developed eschatological philosophy of history is to be found only in St. Maximus the Confessor," end quote. Another, quote, "The remarkable thing about St. Maximus is that he was the first one to eschatologize both nature and reason, and through that, ethics itself," end quote. Two more. Maximus's vision comprises both the cosmological and the historical aspects of ontology, with the anthropological consequences emerging as an integral part of the entire vision. And finally, the Church Father that has given us the most explicit expression of this eschatological ontology of creation is St. Maximus the Confessor, end quote. Zizioulas then was clearly in awe of Maximus's theological achievement as a whole. This, I would like to emphasize, is an important aspect of his understanding of patristic theology in general. In keeping with his theological personalism, Metropolitan John tended to avoid reifying patristic theology as an abstract entity with abstract principles applied in a scholastic manner to philosophical or theological problems. Patristic theology had to be identified with the persons of the fathers who articulated it, not with an abstraction. Thus, he rarely speaks of the category of patristic theology without qualification. But even when he speaks of the fathers in general, he almost invariably qualifies his discussion with a reference to a specific father to make his point. The fathers that come across as the most decisive for him are Saint Ignatius of Antioch, Saint Irenaeus of Lyon, Saint Athanasius the Great, the Cappadocian Fathers, and of course, Saint Maximus the Confessor, and a few others. He is also comfortable in making certain value judgments among the Fathers, rather than treating them as entirely equivalent oracles of divine wisdom. He is happy, in other words, to wrestle with the Fathers, to take some things from a father but reject or pass over others from the same father, as we heard about St. Maximus himself earlier. But you can see it also in his sporadic discussion of Dionysius the Areopagite or John of Damascus. For some, this might be interpreted in a negative light as a sign of hubris, but this would be a superficial reading. Zizioulas' engagement with particular fathers, whether it involves praise or a measure of critique, is marked by a spirit of serious inquiry and even reverence. When the position of a father on a topic is occasionally critiqued, this is never done on the basis of Metropolitan John's own ideas alone, but invariably with reference to the views of another father, with whom Zizioulas identifies more. The father who is spared all critique, however, and who becomes the overall measure of the other fathers in the realm of theological vision is, I think it fair to say, St. Maximus. What I think tacitly inspires Metropolitan John more than anything about St. Maximus is the fact that Maximus in a way embodied in his own time the ideal of neo-patristic synthesis championed by Farowski. Maximus fearlessly grappled with the philosophical and theological questions of his own time with a strong patristic basis, especially that of St. Gregory the Theologian and St. Dionysius. And he produced a creative synthesis, something new, which gathers up diverse strands of tradition rooted in biblical, ecclesial, and ascetic experience, offering it for the life and salvation of the world. This grand vision of the task of the theologian was something, of course, felt deeply by Metropolitan John. Maximus's achievement was nothing short of giving a full display of theology's powerful potential for the Church and the world, a potential His Eminence would, in his own turn, make palpably present through his own theological work. We should, however, speak not only about the importance of Maximus's overall vision and stature for Metropolitan John, but also, if only briefly, about the more particular gifts that Zizioulas received from Maximus's hands. I will list a few explicit instances which cover all the major preoccupations of Zizoulas's theological thought. First, with regard to the issue of person and hypostasis and nature, Metropolitan John repeatedly marshals Maximus's support to insist that, quote, nature and person are two indispensable and mutually conditioned aspects of every being. But more than this, he goes on to say that hypostasis is the possessor of nature rather than the reverse. Metropolitan John seizes also in this regard on the insistence in Maximus that Christ is not an individual or atomon. Part of His Eminence's motivation to show in detail how his perspectives on person and nature are Maximian is to demonstrate, as he puts it, quote, that one does not have to be existentialist in order to give priority to the person over nature, and that, quote, the allergy to personalism in theology displayed by certain authors can hardly be justified by the study of St. Maximus, end quote. This is an ongoing debate in theology, but Metropolitan John will not take the existentialist attack against his thought lying down. What Maximus helps supply, as His Eminence puts it, is, quote, the liberation of ontology from ousiocracy, without this implying a denial of essence or nature. Maximus's impact on Zizoulas's view of person and nature is also evident in the connected issue of the one and the many, and communion and otherness. Maximus's theology of the logos and the logoi is repeatedly used by Zizioulas to great effect in this regard. He writes, for example, quote, Maximus for the first time expands the idea of the presence of the logos in creation to refer to the multiplicity of created essences and their unity, which in turn, this is me, protects the ontological integrity of otherness. The fact that the logoi are identified as divine wills in Maximus, following Dionysius, is also, of course, not lost on Zizioulas, for whom the category of freedom is so important. Zizoulas's appeal to Maximus's logos and logoi doctrine gives rise, I think, to some of his most beautiful theological statements. Thus, in Being as Communion, when discussing this doctrine, he summarizes it as follows, quote, the incarnate Christ is so identical to the ultimate will of God's love that the meaning of created being and the purpose of history are simply the incarnate Christ in Being as Communion. To me, this kind of sentence is a sign and proof of Metropolitan John's own claim to the patristic mantle. Just as St. Maximus developed his logos and logoi doctrine in an ambiguum on St. Gregory the Theologian, so Metropolitan John developed his own theological vision as a kind of extended ambiguum on key passages of the Maximian corpus. Maximus likewise serves as inspiration for Zizoulas's approach to history and eschatology and their ontological content. This is most fully developed in his Remembering the Future, but it is worth mentioning that Being as Communion already contains the seeds of his eschatological ontology through his interpretation of Maximus's triad of Genesis, Kinesis, Stasis, Genesis, movement, motion, rest, as a movement from the end rather than towards the end. That's already in Being as Communion. He credits Maximus with freeing eschatology from teleology, by making the eschaton the uncaused cause, for the sake of which everything exists, but which exists on account of nothing else. Maximus also supplies the idea of looking at the end in order to know the beginning, and that the Old Testament is a shadow, the New Testament an image, that the truth is the state of the future. That might actually be John of Scythopolis. Truth, then, Zizioulas insists, is an eschatological category. There are countless other specific uses of Maximus in Zizioulas that I cannot elaborate here on in detail. He uses Maximus's mystagogy to discuss the eschatological dimension of the Eucharist and his Eucharistic ecclesiology. He underscores his position on the Holy Spirit as bringing the eschata into history by repeatedly alluding to Maximus's identification of the Holy Spirit with the kingdom of heaven in Maximus's On the Lord's Prayer. He leans on Maximus's vision of man as microcosm and mediator, as a priest of creation, to hold up the ecological vision of the Orthodox Church. He points out the similarities between his understanding of biological hypostasis that needs to be redeemed and even liberated from the shackles of fallen nature through rebirth, and Maximus's view of the three births, biological, baptism, and resurrection, and the liberation from nature occasioned by ecclesial and ascetic life. He uses Maximus's definition of evil as, quote, the deprivation of energy towards its end, telos, to show how evil is both a privation of being and connected with a failure towards the future, the eschaton, rather than the past. He even quotes St. Maximus in order to highlight the more frequent recitation of the diptychs in the Divine Liturgy in late antiquity. In short, his whole vision is incalculably indebted to the confessor, without ever being a slavish imitation of Maximus's works. Like St. John the theologian, they both preach the supremacy of divine love and insist on the ontological relevance of this love. All of the various adjectives Zizioulas uses to describe his ontology, iconic, personal, Eucharistic, eschatological, relational, epiphanic, and there could be others, all of these are drawn in some way from St. Maximus. Yet I think that all of them can be summarized for both with the ontology of love. To conclude, Metropolitan John was a systematic theologian, but this does not disqualify him from also being a patristic theologian. He insists at times that his approach to the Fathers is theological rather than philological. But he can also spill much ink on philological questions when a theological principle is at stake, for instance, on the issue of atomon and hypostasis. He could never feel constrained, however, by purely philological criteria. He knew that for theology to be living, it had to be addressed to the existential concerns of the time. At one point, when addressing the question of the relationship between nature and freedom, which St. Maximus did not fully elaborate, Zizioulas writes, quote, "A systematic theologian cannot but raise this question, thereby risking his reputation as a patristic scholar." He took comfort, however, in the fact that Maximian scholars before him, notably Polycarp Sherwood, had been courageous enough to do this. It was a risk he was quite willing to take also, and he encourages us to do the same. He goes on to say that Sherwood did, quote, "what all theologians, patrologists as well as systematic theologians, ought to do, namely ask what Maximus would have replied if he were asked a modern question." Here in microcosm, we can observe Metropolitan John's relationship with patristic theology. He approached the Fathers as a patristic scholar, a systematic theologian, but above all a man of the Church in that ascending order. He took from the Fathers, inhabiting their mind, which is ultimately the mind of Christ, and represented it to the world in response to its particular questions and yearnings. He did all this in the bosom of the Church, becoming thereby a true scribe of the kingdom, bringing forth from his treasury things new and old. By assimilating patristic theology in this way, intellectually but also existentially, he too, we might even dare to say, became for us a father whom God inspired. Thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Πατέρα Αλέξιε, για αυτή την...
Thank you, Father Alexios, for this very interesting speech that complemented the previous speech. Thank you very much for highlighting the need to formulate and use hermeneutics for a contemporary theological epistemology, which was highlighted by the late Metropolitan of Pergamon as well, I think more than once actually, in his papers. So according to our agenda, we will now have 30 minutes for a Q&A session. I'm sure that there are questions. I can already see some hands being raised. Mr. Asproulis and Professor Papanikolaou. Yes, please.
Okay.
I was just telling Nico that I have presvia, so...
Okay.
Yes, I have two questions, very quick. One for Father Alexis, of course. In terms, Father Alexis, in terms of him sort of not mentioning or even saying that ontology is not about well-being, and in your comment that you said that the one father that is beyond critique is St. Maximus, so do you think that he doesn't deal with that part of St. Maximus because he doesn't want to engage in critique of St. Maximus, or maybe your thoughts on why you thought, because he's such a careful reader of St. Maximus, it is a fascinating question, like why he kind of jumps over, as you said. And then for Caterini, I think you may have mentioned this, but maybe your Greek was too fast for me to catch it, but the book of Revelation, he uses to justify why we have priests and deacons. Yeah. And maybe I missed it. Can you comment on that? I mean, yeah, because it's very interesting to me theologically, because theologically, his logic between Eucharist and the presider over the Eucharist, and then his early work about how that used to be the bishop, that makes sense to me. But then there becomes a question of, well, why do you need a priest and a deacon? And I just feel that him going to the book of Revelation just seems disconnected from sort of the theological logic that he has in terms of the minister of the Eucharist and the, yeah, so.
Thank you, Professor Papanikolaou. You were referring to the point in your talk about how Metropolitan John seems to leapfrog over the middle term of the triad in Maximus, being, well-being, eternal being, and it seems most interested in being, and especially in eternal being. I think you could say the leapfrog is a passing over rather than a critique, which he does also do with the fathers. He passes over issues. But in that particular context, I would maybe defend him insofar as the context is about ontology preceding ethics or being above ethics. So he's using, I think it's still a valid exegesis of Maximus insofar as well-being isn't the goal, the telos, even though the eternal being is eternal well-being, as you point out. For the well-being, that is ethics in a way, to have meaning, it has to draw it from eternal being. Otherwise, ethics goes above ontology. That's the point in that particular passage. And elsewhere, he will lean on St. Maximus to elaborate a vision of well-being. I think at one point in Remembering the Future, he loves to go to the heart of things, and he often likes to do that in footnotes. But one of the footnotes is very profound about remembrance of wrongs, I think. And he draws on St. Maximus to use that to say that's the heart of what separates us. That, and I can't elaborate all that he says there, but he kind of synthesizes and summarizes in a nutshell the ascetic tradition through the lens of remembrance of wrongs, not just through Maximus, but a couple of others. And also actually on the issue of self-love, which is a Maximian trope, self-love with the fall that you mentioned. I should pass over, I think.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That was really interesting for me as well, because actually it could stay there, and because immediately after mentioning Revelation, he goes back and says the ancient church had the deacons and the priests, and this is well, let's say, founded because that was the way they understood the Eucharistic tradition. I think, well, I'm not sure, of course, why he does that. I think that because he uses the revelation and then he stumbles upon this reference there to the presbyters, the deacons, I think he finds it a way to explain that and somehow to integrate that in his whole model. For me, I mentioned that as well. For me, it's also problematic, this pneumatological understanding of the church, at the same time his emphasis on the hierarchy and this whole structure, which actually is not necessarily compatible with this pneumatological, let's say, understanding. But I think that's because he uses the revelation that much, and he uses the revelation, if I understood him right, because he tries to connect this meal, this Lord's meal, and see through, let's say, the whole range of time, past, present, of course, and of course also future. And the Revelation provides for him a very good link to that.
Yes, thank you both for your presentations. I have two questions. The first goes to Father Alexis. I'm sure that you are aware about the ongoing discussion, debate actually, about the way Zizioulas interprets and receives Maximus theology. And taking into account this and also your account of Maximus and Zizioulas' relationship, could you please bring to the fore which are the hermeneutical criteria of approaching the patristic tradition of Zizioulas, on Zizioulas? And the second question goes to both of you. If not mistaken, both of you have referred to the relationship between Florovsky and Zizioulas. But if you would take a closer, let's say, look at their work, we will see that Florovsky has as a starting point the apostolic tradition in order to approach the fathers. This is not the case with Zizioulas. Zizioulas goes the other way around. So do you see any conflict or any tension or any problem there?
On the first question, I may need clarification. So you're asking me what I think Zizioulas' hermeneutical
criteria of approaching Maximus theology. Take into account the whole debate around his reading of Maximus, which does not have to do only with the person-nature dialectic, but in general.
I think his hermeneutic is a hermeneutic of reverence, but a thinking reverence. That is, he has a stance of reverence for Maximus, I think because it was his first love, and because of this vision that Maximus presented to him. In the general sense, that's a hermeneutic of reverence. Then, on specific questions, each of his hot topics, because he has that predisposed sense that Maximus has the answers, he will draw passages, and some people will say, well, he's forcing his vision into St. Maximus rather than vice versa. I think we have to then approach it case by case on each issue. For instance, I think his discussion of Christ as atomon misses part of the point of that debate actually in Byzantium, which was all about natures rather than person. Though you can draw a systematic theological conclusion from the rejection of Christ as atomon, the specific context is not about the issue of hypostasis per se, but about the fact that you can't have a nature that's God-manhood. And in fact, it's almost an early critique of Bulgakovian God-manhood, of which Christ would be an individual, an instantiated individual of one nature. It's a critique of monophysitism. Anyway, yes, so there's the general hermeneutic of reverence that comes from his early studies, and then we have to take case by case whether he's really doing Maximus or he's doing himself with Maximus. The second question was, yes, maybe I would just say in a general sense, I'm a fearless defender of neo-patristic synthesis, partly because I think it's capacious, because I think those three terms encompass all the elements that Orthodox theology needs. Now, beyond that, will one be more neo and another more synthetic and another more patristic? That's okay, as long as all three are there. And so between Forovsky and Zizioulas, there's a certain difference. But I do think when one of those is pulled out, especially the central term, but when one of them is pulled out, then Orthodox theology is diminished. But I would see Meyendorff as a neo-patristic theologian. Pelikan, well, they identified as such, but they fell more on the middle term and didn't do so much neo, or Meyendorff a little neo, but not much synthesis, and so on. I think, yes, there are differences between Forovsky and Zizioulas, but they belong to the same tradition of theologizing that I hope we endeavor to belong to too.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I mentioned Forovsky taking, let's say, a point of reference from your paper, and I said that you mentioned that they had different biblical models, and I fully agree with you. And as I've mentioned in my paper, actually, Zizioulas, for example, prefers and chooses different Christological models or different ideas from the New Testament than Forovsky. For example, Forovsky lays more emphasis on the Christological Pauline idea of the head of the church as a body and the head and so on. While it's interesting that Zizioulas uses this not so prevalent in the New Testament Christological model of pneumatological Christology. Because, okay, it is there in John's Gospel, but actually it has not been stressed that much. And in Luke's Gospel, if you look into the biblical, let's say, research bibliography, there are only very few references to that. So I think that they choose different models. If this is controversial, well, now I cannot answer from the point of a patristic scholar. I don't belong to this new patristic, let's say, current. I'm more towards this biblical understanding of tradition. And I would say that both are legitimate. I mean, both are possible. The problem is not what you choose. The problem is what each model, to what end each model leads. What are the consequences of each model? From my perspective, the pneumatological model is more useful, especially in the interreligious and then dialogue, in the Christian dialogue, especially if you have a dialogue with Judaism. The pneumatological, not the Christological model, I think it's more useful. And if I may go back to Taylor's question, I hope we're not burning. It's smelling strange. You know, it's interesting, for example, if you read Romanidis, what he does in order to substantiate the idea of hierarchy, he goes back to 1 Corinthians, another Pauline text, where Paul has this list of charismatics. And although we know that these were not in a hierarchical order, because these lists have a different order, Romanidis uses this in order to substantiate his idea of hierarchy. And it is interesting that Zizioulas does not do that. although he wants to go to the same direction, I mean, to show how this hierarchy is possible within his eschatological, let's say, system. I think that it's interesting what he does, and I think that's why, if I think of Romanidis, I think I can see why Zizioulas more or less prefers this idea from Revelation, because she's to this eschatological, let's say, model. Thank you.
Can I add one? Just on the issue of patristic and biblical, I think we understandably hear patristic in the neo-patristic formulation, and we think maybe the first 4 centuries, post-apostolic, and then maybe a bit later for Orthodox, maybe even up to Palamas. But this isn't the sentiment, I think, that is behind Farofsky's vision, and that's why, for him, Paul is a father. The gospel writers are fathers. The Bible is written by fathers. This is the God of our fathers, which is a title that predates the patristic era. So I think they're part of the same vision, the patristic in the narrow sense of the term, and the biblical. They're part of the broader patristic vision for Orthodoxy.
We still have plenty of time, so if you have other questions, you can raise them. There is one over there, yeah?
Thank you. I would like to have a question to Father Alexis. Regarding the ecclesiology of Zizioulas, generally it's based heavily on the concept of communion and personhood, yeah? And it may raise the question that it can underemphasize some other traditional aspects of the church, more like hierarchical structure, for example, or sacramental structure of the church. Can we assume that sometimes the idea of communion, personal communion, is too idealized, and somehow it can downplay the historical and the visible realities which we face in our life? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not a specialist in the ecclesiology of Metropolitan John. We have at least one. We have several, I think, in the room who maybe will talk to you afterwards and give you a better answer. But I think idealized, maybe if we just read it in a kind of romantic sense, but it's, of course, all about ontology for him. Communion is not idealized, but eschatologized. That is, it comes from the end. And it's true, and we have this constant tug of war already in this conference about history and ethics versus ontology and eschatology, and that will continue. It's a healthy dialectic, but I don't think that in emphasizing the eschatological dimension of communion, he thereby forgets or throws out historical vicissitudes. But he's trying to place the stormy sea of life on which the ship of the church sails in the context of its destination and of its captain, its pilot, Jesus Christ, who is with the church, of course, supremely in the Eucharistic assembly. Because otherwise, if we take our eye off, like Peter, we sink. We're trying to perform an impossible task in a way of walking across the water. And Christ summons us. And you could say it's an idealization to have communion with Christ with the sea of life surrounding us. But Peter did. When he wavered, he repented and was saved. But if we lose the target, the telos, the eschaton, of communion with God, we lose everything.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Father Ecumenios?
Thank you. I will ask my question in Greek. A question to both speakers. I must confess that I'm not an expert in the theology of the late Metropolitan, but listening to these two speeches on the biblical background of his theology and the patristic background, and having recently read the last book of his 100 sermons, I would like if you could possibly, either Father Alexios or Ms. Tsalabouni, talk about the issue that has been mentioned quite a lot of times here, that the late Metropolitan does not accept so much the term of Christian ethic. He would rather talk about ethos. By reading the Book of Sermons, clearly there is a dialectic between biblical and patristic theology. He quite often talks about the respect to commandments. And if you read the 2-volume book by Professor Manzaridis, it is one of the main principles of this book. And then if you read the texts by Father Sophroni Zakharov, then the respect to commandments is a major element as well. How could you comment on the existence of the respect to commandments in the pastoral word of the late Metropolitan, and on the other hand, this reticence in the use of the term Christian ethics?
Let us start from the Bible, or
As you wish.
He's the father who starts first.
I'll put my foot in it first. Well, I would agree with Telly that the term ethics is redeemable in a way that maybe Zizioulas, but I also appreciate the reasoning for Zizoulas's move for ethos over ethics, and maybe it comes also out of the reaction to the brotherhoods and the pietism that affected church life, not just monasticism, but lay pietism. That's a dimension that hasn't been mentioned, but I think is maybe important. I wrote a little article on ethical apophaticism in Zizioulas and Yanaras, so I tried to deal with this to some extent, though his sermons hadn't been published yet, and that I probably would have amplified some of my comments, but I did try to lay a foundation for why he has this idea of ethical apophaticism in a positive way, but also how that doesn't mean a jettisoning of ethics, precisely because he has the ethic, the ethos of love and the Eucharistic ethos and ontology of love. To connect it to what you said at the end with Saint Sophroni, I think there is maybe, and I mentioned this in that article. Again, it's the raising from the merely human level to the ontological level. And that's precisely what Saint Sophroni does with the commandments. He raises them to the level of not an ethical code, but a revelation of divine life. So that to understand even thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, you need to be raised to an ontological vision. Where even your enemy is your neighbor, which is not intuitive necessarily when you hear the commandment, but of course when you see the gospel, who is my neighbor? We receive this parable of the Good Samaritan. So we're explained in simple terms, but actually in ontological terms, that these two great commandments are a revelation of divine life. So the connection between commandments is, you could say, a liberation from just purely mundane ethics, but maybe we can also redeem the term somehow, but keeping that priority, the ontological priority.
I believe that Father Alexios has mostly answered this question, but what I can say, because I haven't read this book, we talk about preaching, so we talk about a different cohesion. In other words, whenever we go and read the speeches of our fathers and the hermeneutics, and I apologize for talking about this holy text, but still that's another style when Eugene talks about his speeches and when he writes his notes. So in other words, I tend to believe that we should all see the coherence where everything is stipulated. Now, as far as the order is concerned, I will respond as a biblical orders will not dictate the behavior of people, let's say, but it's an ethos of justice, as it is in the Old Testament. In other words, that God is just, and its followers should also be just. In other words, they should behave against the fellow human beings, and of course against God in a just way. So this type of justice, as Father Alexios said in the New Testament, will become the order of love. And of course, we cannot refer, let's say, to a ethical order, but it's a new ethos. So I do not believe that there is a contradiction over here by the late Zizioulas. Of course, I cannot speak for himself, but I do not see any difficulty in this particular aspect. In other words, this does not negate the other. Now, the nationalist has to do with a cohesive framework. In other words, what was happening during that period in theology of the 60s, with the discussion and the debate that was ongoing as far as the different other political movements. Thank you. Your Excellency, allow me to say that in the same preachings, the Metropolitan says, and I quote, that if we observe orders, we won't be saved. So salvage does not come from that. So it's God's grace that will save us. So I guess that what Alexios said, and of course Dr. Tsalabouni, the saint of Pergamon was talking about ethos. And of course this can include this type of love, also the dimension of the ethical love, but still all this is an apocalypse of God. So we participate in His grace, and what we can actually offer is the willingness to do so. In other words, we will never be perfect. We will always be imperfect, because it is God that will make us perfect. Of course, this needs to be exactly pointed out, that if commandments are observed, still this is not prerequisite for us to be saved. So with this final remark, I guess we can conclude the fourth session. So we have a break, a 30-minute break, and we shall reconvene at 5:30. Thank you.
Your All Holiness, Your Eminences, Graces, Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the heart of this conference in memory of the late Metropolitan of Pergamon, John Zizioulas, and now it's time to hear from three speakers who will focus on the Ecumenical Patriarchate today and the contribution of the Metropolitan of Pergamon, the Iron Branch, as it is called, as he was called by His All Holiness. The first speaker is His Eminence, the Metropolitan, Elder Metropolitan Emmanuel of Chalcedon. During his 20 years experience in the office of the Ecumenical Patriarchate in the European Union and his 20 years as the Metropolitan of France allowed him to know a lot of things about the international fora throughout the ecumeny. And now, as the Metropolitan of Chalcedon, he continues to serve the Ecumenical Patriarchate in the 20th century. The topic of his speech is the contribution of Metropolitan John to the preparation and work of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church in Crete in 2016. Your Eminence, the floor to you. Your All Holiness, Your Eminences, brothers, dear participants, the topic that was given to me and which I will elaborate on, and I hopefully will do so in the 30 minutes allocated to me, is the contribution of the late Metropolitan of Pergamon, John, in the preparation and work of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church. The Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church in 2016, which was organized in the Orthodox Academy of Crete, is a landmark in the contemporary church history. During its preparation and during its works, the late Elder Metropolitan of Pergamon played a key role. His deep theological education, his ecumenical perspective, his tireless effort in favor of the unity of church made him a central figure in this entire process. The personality of the late Metropolitan was multifaceted and charismatic. He was distinguished for his deep theological thinking, his wider education, and his love for the Church. His work was always relevant and insightful, and it inspired respect and to all the Orthodox Church and beyond. His ability to combine faithfulness to the Orthodox tradition with the openness towards the challenges of the modern world make him a model theologian and pastor for the next generations. Now let's talk about the course towards the Holy Council. The idea for such a council was not new. Already in the beginning of the 20th century, the Orthodoxy has been seeking ways to express its unity and ways to address modern challenges. However, various historic conditions and conjunctures made this effort difficult. The systematic preparation for the Council began in the 1960s through the pan-Orthodox meetings in Rhodes and, of course, the pre-Council pan-Orthodox meetings in Chambézy in Geneva. This long and painful course reflects the complexity of the issues under negotiation and the need for unanimity amongst the local churches. I am talking about the Orthodox autocephalous churches. In this context, the late Metropolitan of Pergamon, John, played a decisive role. His involvement in the preparatory works began already in the 1970s, when he was still professor in the University of Edinburgh and in London. His deep theological education and his ability to bridge different perspectives made him a valuable interlocutor. The major theologian of our times decisively contributed in shaping the topics of the Council, combining faithfulness to Orthodox tradition with the understanding of modern challenges. He argued that the Orthodoxy must creatively respond to the questions of the modern era without losing its identity. He contributed to the elaboration of the text on the relations between the Orthodox Church and the rest of the Christian world. His emphasis on triadic theology and the ontology of personhood also influenced the elaboration of the texts that concern modern social issues. The Metropolitan of Pergamon insisted that the Orthodox response to the challenges of the modern world must stem from the deep understanding of the human personality as an image of the triadic communion. His theological thinking reflects the ideas of older thinkers who stressed that love, as the fundamental human ability, is substantially responsive and requires reciprocity. Love cannot exist separately. It requires sacrifice and the acceptance of sacrifice. In this way, the Metropolitan of Pergamon highlighted that the concept of person requires a communion, not only practically but also ideally, since love without response is dead or rather inexistent. Now let's talk about the theological contribution of the Metropolitan. His theological thinking was a cornerstone for the Council in Crete. His contribution did not limit itself in the organizational aspect, but it also applied to deeper theological issues that shaped its spirit and content. His ecclesiology, with deep roots in the patristic tradition, gave a new breath into the understanding of Church as a body of Christ. A central element of this approach is the concept of communion, which is not limited to a simple coexistence, but is an ontological reality stemming from the nature of the triad God. His Eucharistic theology put the divine Eucharist at the center of ecclesiastical life and identity. He supported that Church is not merely an institution, but an event of communion realized par excellence in it. This vision had important implications in the way in which we understand the ecclesiastical structure, hierarchy, and the relation between local autocephalous churches. This approach is highly reflected in the conciliar text, especially in the text The Mission of the Orthodox Church in Today's World. In this text, Church is presented not as an isolated entity, but as living presence of Christ in the world, called upon to transform society through its witness and ministry. The theology of personhood is possibly the most original contribution of the Metropolitan in the modern Orthodox thinking. Drawing from the triadic theology of Cappadocian fathers, he developed an ontology of personhood which has deep implications for anthropology, ecclesiology, and social ethics. For him, the personhood is not just an individual with specific characteristics, but an ontological category defined from relation and communion. The human person, as an image of triadic God, realizes its true existence only in communion with other persons and ultimately with God. The theology of personhood by Zizioulas has been recognized as one of the most important contributions in the modern triadology, highlighting the importance of relation and communion in understanding God and man. The shaping of the agenda of the Council in Crete was a complex and subtle process which required a balance between tradition and innovation. It also required sensitivity towards the different priorities of the participating churches. The late Metropolitan John, through his deep theological education and his extensive experience in intra-Christian dialogues, played a key role in this process. The main topics that were selected were reflected in the always existing worries of the Orthodox Church, as well in the modern challenges. For example, the mission of the Church in the modern world, the relation with other Christian confessions, family, fasting, the autonomy of Orthodox churches. And their selection reflects the need of orthodoxy to respond to modern social and cultural challenges by keeping its faithfulness and tradition. A particular emphasis was put on the relationship with the rest of the Christian world. The late Metropolitan argued that the Orthodox Church must formulate a clear, cohesive position for the ecumenical dialogue based on its ecclesiological self-conscience and the patristic tradition. There were indeed disagreements between Orthodox churches as to the prioritization, the formulation of certain topics, but the late Metropolitan tried to bridge this disagreement using his diplomatic skills. For example, a controversial topic was how to handle modern social challenges such as secularization and the changes in family structures. He argued in favor of an approach which would allow the Church to talk clearly and compassionately without compromising its key principles. Also, the discussion for the autonomy of Orthodox churches was proven to be difficult. It was a difficult experience. I'm not going to go into detail right now. The late Metropolitan stressed the need for a balance between local autonomy and the universal unity of the Church, based on his ecclesiological understanding of Church as communion. The final text of the Council reflects this approach. And I quote, "The Orthodox Church is the one holy, Catholic and Apostolic Church in its deep ecclesiastic self-conscience, believes that it holds a major position in the case of promoting Christian unity in the modern world. Despite the end of quote, despite challenges, the final agenda reflects a carefully balanced approach, including both traditional ecclesiastical issues as well as modern social concerns and worries." This highlighted the commitment of the Orthodox Church to remain faithful to its roots while at the same time responding to the needs of the modern world. The late Metropolitan's contribution in the shaping of the agenda reflects his deep understanding of both the Orthodox tradition and the modern theologian movements. As he points out, the Orthodox theology must be at the same time loyal to tradition and open to dialogue. Now let's talk about the authoring and elaboration of conciliar texts. The process of authoring and elaborating on the conciliar text was one of the most requiring and critical phases during the preparation for the Council. This process required not only deep theological knowledge, but also exceptional diplomatic skills. The late elder of Pergamon played a key role in this process. He never said what he was thinking himself. He always asked, "What do you think?" In my opinion, that was a method that resembled to the Socrates method. He was trying to reach the truth by asking questions. In the drafts he authored, he tried to integrate the main principles of Orthodox theology in a way that would respond to modern challenges. He emphasized on ecclesiology, triodology, and the theology of personhood. During the beginning of the works of the Special Intra-Christian Committee in 2014, the Metropolitan of Pergamon stressed, and I quote, "I highlight the conditions that were chosen by the Assembly of Primates to express our work. As to the first three texts, we are called upon to revise them. As to the other three texts, meaning the calendar, marriage impediments, and fasting, we are called upon to edit the texts. Editing is different from revision." The process of elaborating on the text was quite often long and painful. It required various revisions and intensive consultation. The Metropolitan of Pergamon insisted on the need for accuracy, and at the same time he tried to ensure that these texts would be accessible and relevant to modern concerns. In the same meeting, the Metropolitan of Pergamon insisted, open quote, "Texts that have been agreed and discussed will not be rediscussed. If we don't start from somewhere, we will not have any results," end of quote. This attitude reflects his wish for effectiveness and progress in the works of the committee. Now let's talk about the dialogue with other Christian confessions. That was another point, key point, because his ecumenical perspective and his deep understanding of Christianity made him a central figure in promoting the constructive dialogue with other Christian churches and confessions. He was a fervent supporter that the Orthodox Church, precisely due to its certainty for the truth of its faith, not only can but also must actively participate in the ecumenical dialogue. This position is reflected in the text of the Council on the relationship between the Orthodox Church and the rest of the Christian world. In the discussions for the elaboration of this text, the late Metropolitan played a decisive role in finding a balanced approach that would keep the Orthodox self-consciousness while at the same time will open the way for substantial dialogue. He argued that the Orthodox Church, as the only holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, has a responsibility to witness the truth of the Gospel in the entire world, including the other Christian confessions. His approach to dialogue was characterized by the respect and honesty. He highlighted the importance of understanding the theological language and the traditions of other churches, while also highlighting the need for a clear expression of the Orthodox position. This is reflected in the text of the Council, where it is mentioned that the dialogues that will be conducted by Orthodox Church never mean a compromise in matters of faith. Metropolitan John paid particular importance on the dialogue with the Roman Catholic Church and the Oriental Orthodox churches. In the case of Roman Catholic Church, he argued that the theological dialogue should continue, especially in topics related to ecclesiology and primacy. When it comes to Oriental Orthodox churches, he importantly contributed to the promotion of dialogue and the joint Christological statements. The contribution of the Metropolitan of Pergamon in the dialogue with other Christian confessions has been decisive for the shaping of the stance of the Orthodox Church. His approach combines loyalty to Orthodox tradition, and it is a model on how the Orthodox Church may involve in a constructive dialogue with other Christian traditions in the 21st century. This stance by the Metropolitan of Pergamon was enhanced by the historical experience of the Orthodox Church in the ecumenical dialogue. The World Council of Churches had already tried to facilitate the entry of Orthodox churches, stressing that each church keeps the right to approve or reject the statements or the actions of the Council, the World Council of Churches. Now we will talk about the influence of Eucharistic ecclesiology in the text of the Council. The Eucharistic ecclesiology of the late Metropolitan of Pergamon deeply influenced the text of the Holy and Great Council. His theological approach, which placed the Eucharist at the center of ecclesiastic life and identity, permitted many conciliar texts offering a deeper understanding of nature and mission of the Church. In the text, The Mission of the Orthodox Church in the Modern World, the influence of Eucharistic ecclesiology is evident. The text says, "Such hope is experienced and foretasted by the Church, especially each time the Divine Eucharist is celebrated, bringing together the scattered children of God without regard to race, sex, age, social, or any other condition into a single body." End of quote. This wording reflects the main position of the Metropolitan John that the Eucharist is not just a sacrament between others, but an event which constitutes Church as body of Christ. This vision has important implications for the understanding of the unity of Church and its relation with the Word. The Eucharistic ecclesiology of the Metropolitan of Pergamon influenced also the way in which the Council approached the issue of ecclesiastic unity. In the text for the relationship between the Orthodox Church and the rest of the Christian world, emphasis is put on the common joint participation in the Divine Eucharist as the highest expression of Church unity. Moreover, the Eucharistic ecclesiology of Metropolitan John of Pergamon influenced the way in which the Council handled the issue of the relation between topic and universal Church. In the text on the Orthodox diaspora, it is highlighted that each local church, when celebrating the Divine Eucharist, is the full expression of the universal Church. The Metropolitan of Pergamon repeatedly highlighted the importance of Eucharistic ecclesiology for the understanding of the nature and mission of the Church. During the beginning of the works of the Intra-Christian Preparatory Committee in February 2011, he highlighted that, open quote, "the Orthodox Church, moving towards the convening of the Holy and Great Council, wishes to respond to the needs of times which require a more regular communication between local churches." End of quote. The influence of Eucharistic ecclesiology on the text of the Council reflects the deep influence exercised by the theological thinking of the Metropolitan of Pergamon. His approach combines the loyalty to patristic tradition with the dynamic understanding of Church as a Eucharistic community, and it offered a rich theological framework to handle modern ecclesiastic and social challenges. Now let's talk about that, handling these challenges. The late Metropolitan of Pergamon, John, played a key role in shaping the response of the Orthodox Church to the modern challenges, as formulated in the text of the Holy and Great Council. His theological genius, his deep understanding of these modern issues, contributed to the formulation of an Orthodox response which is at the same time loyal to tradition but relevant. In the text, The Mission of the Orthodox Church in the Modern World, the influence of his thinking is evident. The text reads, "The Orthodox Church, being the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, believes that it holds a key position in the case of promoting Christian unity within the modern world." His approach in the modern social issues was based in the theology of personhood, which is a key element of his thinking. The theology of personhood by the Metropolitan of Pergamon had also ecological implications. He argued that the crisis in our relationship with the environment stems from a deeper crisis of the understanding of the human personhood and its position in creation. And this is reflected in the conciliar text on ecology, which calls for a radical revising of our relationship with the natural world. In the Intra-Christian Preparatory Committee in 2009, he stressed, open quote, the Orthodox Church consists of autocephalous churches, is not divided, but it remains united. Caring for the autonomous nature of our churches, let's not neglect the unity of the Orthodox churches. End of quote. Now let's talk about the contribution of the renewal of the conciliar tradition. The Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church was a landmark in the modern ecclesiastic history because it reignited the conciliar tradition of the Orthodoxy. The late Metropolitan of Pergamon, John, thanks to his theological brightness, genius, and his ecclesiological contribution, contributed majorly in this revival. Conciliarity, as a fundamental characteristic of the Orthodox Church, is an expression of unity, of its unity and Catholicity. As mentioned in the encyclical of the Holy and Great Council, the Orthodox Church expresses its unity and universality in council. Conciliarity permits the organization, the way in which decisions are made. The contribution of the late Metropolitan of Pergamon in the renewal of the conciliar tradition is primarily manifested through the emphasis on Eucharistic ecclesiology. The Church's vision as a Eucharistic community, which is the core of his theological thinking, offered a new perspective into the understanding of conciliarity. The Divine Eucharist, as the center of church life, becomes the model of conciliar operation, where the unity in diversity and communion in love are expressed in an exemplary manner. Moreover, the Metropolitan of Pergamon stressed the need to safeguard the equality amongst local churches in the conciliar process. He says, open quote, the criterion was that the equal representation of churches and, of course, the 5 patriarchal thrones. End of quote. This principle of equality is a fundamental element of the Orthodox ecclesiology and contributes in the safeguarding of unity in diversity. The revival of the conciliar tradition, according to the Metropolitan, also includes the need to adjust to modern challenges. The Church, as a living organism, must respond to the needs of each era, keeping at the same time its loyalty to its apostolic mission. The late Metropolitan John stressed the significance of the Council handling relevant issues such as the ecological crisis, bioethics, and social inequalities. His contribution in the revival of the conciliar tradition also includes the promotion of dialogue and cooperation amongst all the Orthodox churches. He put an emphasis in the need for unanimity and concern when decisions are made, and this reflects his deep understanding of the nature of church as a communion of love. The late Metropolitan argued that the unity of church is not achieved through imposition, but through the free consent and mutual love. The revival of the conciliar tradition, according to the Metropolitan of Pergamon, also means the enhancement of the people's participation in God, in life and mission of the Church. The concept of royal priesthood, as mentioned in the first epistle by Peter, forms the basis for a wider understanding of conciliarity. Now, the theology of personhood, as developed by the late Metropolitan of Pergamon, is the cornerstone of his contribution in the modern Orthodox theology. Starting and based on the patristic tradition, and especially the triadology of Cappadocian fathers, Zizioulas developed an ontology of personhood which had larger implications for anthropology, ecclesiology, and social ethics. During the assembly of the primates of the Orthodox churches in 2014, the Metropolitan of Pergamon highlighted the importance of equality amongst churches, saying that the criterion was equal representation of churches in the ecumenical councils of the first 1,000 years. This position reflects the deep understanding of person as an ontological category, which is defined through relation and communion. The concept of personhood is not limited to individuality, but it also includes the idea of relation and communion. The human person, as an image of the triadic God, realizes its true existence only in communion with other persons and ultimately with God. This vision had important implications for the understanding of the ecclesiastical structure and conciliarity. In the text of the Holy and Great Council, the influence of the theology of personhood is evident. In the document, The Sacrament of Marriage and Its Impediments, emphasis is put on the personal relationship and mutual love, transcending the simply institutional vision of marriage. In the Orthodox Church, marriage is considered to be the oldest institution of divine law because it was instituted simultaneously with the creation of Adam and Eve, the first human beings. The theology of personhood also offered a new perspective for the tackling of modern social and ecological challenges. In the circular, it is mentioned that the modern ecological crisis is obviously due to moral and ethical causes. Its roots are linked to avarice, greediness, and egocentrism that lead to the irrational use of natural resources. This vision reflects Zizioulas' perception on ecological crisis as a consequence of the alienation of people from their true nature as persons in communion. Additionally, the theology of personhood influenced the Council's approach to the issue of human rights and human dignity. According to the message of the Council, the Orthodox Church univocally condemns the extension of military violence, persecutions, the expulsion and murder of members of religious minorities, forced conversions, the trafficking of refugees, the abductions, torture, and abhorrent executions. This declaration reflects the deep understanding of the value of the human person as developed in the theology of the Metropolitan of Pergamon. In the Assembly of the Primates in 2014, the Metropolitan of Pergamon stressed the need to accelerate the processes for convening the Holy and Great Council, highlighting that, open quote, when we keep postponing, after 60 years of preparation in order to find the ideal moment, then we will need 60 more years, and I don't know if this council will ever be organized, end of quote. The theology of personhood by Zizioulas inspired also the Council's approach to the issue of church unity. The emphasis on the communion as a fundamental characteristic of personal existence was applied to the understanding of the unity of church. This unity is not viewed as uniformity, but as a communion in diversity reflecting the persons of the Holy Triad. The Metropolitan of Pergamon further deepened in the concept of personhood. He highlighted the importance of freedom and the uniqueness of each person. And this vision was also applied to the understanding of conciliarity, where each member of the Church is called upon to freely and responsibly participate in the life and mission of the Church. Zizioulas emphasized the concept of person as an ontological category, and this is one of his most important contributions. As highlighted by Professor Knight, individuality must be viewed as causal and not generating in ontology. The nature of the being of God is communion, and therefore our nature is communion. This concept of communion finds its expression in the term ecstasis, which is used as an antithesis towards the idea of hypostasis. The theological thinking of the Metropolitan allows for a deep understanding of love as ontological reality. As he says, the love is not a result or quality of the substance of God, but an ingredient of his substance, meaning that it is what makes God what it is, the one God. His contribution to the revival of the conciliar tradition is remarkable. The emphasis on the need for dialogue and consent within the Church reflects his deep understanding of conciliarity as an expression of the triadic communion. Now let's talk about the post-conciliar action. After the completion of the Holy and Great Council in 2016, this completion marked a new era for the Orthodox Church. The late Metropolitan of Pergamon, even though he was not able to attend the final assembly in February 2016 because of his illness, he continued playing an important role in the post-conciliary period, contributed to the interpretation and implementation of the conciliar decisions. He highlighted the importance of the Council as an expression of the conciliarity of the Orthodox Church and as a witness of its unity in the modern world. He stressed that the Council is not the end, but the beginning of a new period in the life of the Orthodoxy. He particularly emphasized the application of decisions which concerned the relationship between the Orthodox Church and the rest of the Christian world, highlighting the need to continue the dialogue with other Christian confessions, always being loyal to the Orthodox tradition. The Metropolitan of Pergamon insisted on the need of practical implementation of the decisions, arguing that the official texts should not just be declarations on paper, but they should be translated into concrete actions and initiatives at all levels of church life. One of the most important issues that concerns Zizioulas in the post-conciliary period was the issue of the Orthodox diaspora. This issue is analyzed from an ecclesiological, nationalistic and missionary perspective, highlighting that the condition of the Orthodox diaspora violates the rule of the existence of a single bishop in each city, leading to parallel jurisdictions. The Metropolitan of Pergamon, in his theological approach, stressed the need to transcend nationalistic tendencies and the need to focus in the missionary aspect of the Church. The solution to the issue of the diaspora can be achieved only in a conciliar manner, and he was a fervent supporter of that. The post-conciliar evaluation of the Metropolitan of Pergamon, including also a critical view and a critical stance towards some decisions of the Council. The document on the Orthodox diaspora received some criticism as to the lack of final consent. The Metropolitan of Pergamon highlighted the importance of the missionary witness of the diaspora. The mission is the natural continuity of the divine liturgy. Now, let's talk about the legacy of the Metropolitan of Pergamon. The late Metropolitan John left his footprint in the modern Orthodox theology and church life. His theological thinking, putting an emphasis in the concept of personhood and communion, opened new paths for triadology, ecclesiology, and anthropology, based on the patristic tradition, but also on the dialogue with modern philosophy. The theology of personhood offered a new framework for the understanding of human existence and our relationship with God. The concept of personhood is at the core of his theological thinking. Zizioulas explores the consequences of the understanding of the Holy Trinity as the being, as communion. Only in communion may God be what it is. Only as communion may God exist in general. This approach is opposed to the Western idea that the person may be defined in reference to the individual separately, in isolation. For Zizioulas, the true identity can be found only in a relation. The Eucharistic ecclesiology of the Metropolitan of Pergamon also left its footprint in Orthodox thinking, offering a dynamic understanding of church life. His contribution into the ecumenical dialogue helped the Orthodox Church to articulate its witness in a way that's loyal to tradition but open to the modern world. Zizioulas' vision for an orthodoxy which will be open to the challenges of the 21st century is still relevant and offers important perspectives for the future. His emphasis on ecclesiastic communion as a reflection of the triadic communion can help in tackling the challenges of secularization and individualization, while the theology of personhood can inspire new approaches to issues related to bioethics, human rights, and ecology. His approach to the ecumenical dialogue and for the challenge for the future generation of theologians and church leaders is to continue developing and implementing these ideas. The Metropolitan of Pergamon often stressed that the unity of church is not the result of a simple agreement or cooperation between individuals, but the expression of the nature per se of God in the created reality. This vision is reflected in the encyclical of the Holy and Great Council, where it is reported that the Orthodox Church expresses the unity and universality in council. Conciliarity permits the organization, the way in which decisions are made, and defines its course. The contribution of the Metropolitan is an important part of his legacy. His emphasis on Eucharistic ecclesiology has also important implications for the understanding of the ecclesiastical church and administration. He proposes a model of ecclesiastic leadership based on communion and ministry instead of hierarchy and power and authority. The theology of personhood also has important implications for social ethics and political theology. It offers a basis to advocate for human dignity and rights while at the same time stresses the responsibility of the individual towards the community and the creation. His legacy is rich and multifaceted. It goes beyond his theological contribution. His life as a pastor and church leader is an example on how theological thinking can be translated into actions. His dedication to church, his love for his followers, and his tireless work to promote Christian unity are a source of inspiration for future priests and laity. In conclusion, the legacy of the Metropolitan is a rich source of inspiration and guidance for the Orthodox Church. His theological thinking, combining deep knowledge of patristic tradition with the creative address of the modern philosophical and scientific quests, offers a model on how the Orthodox theology can remain faithful, loyal to its roots, while also responding to the challenges of the modern world. Zizioulas' legacy calls modern theologians and church leaders to continue reflecting on the nature of personhood, communion, and church, seeking new ways to express the Orthodox faith in the modern context. The challenge is to build on his work, maintaining the balance between loyalty to tradition and creative response to new conditions. As the Orthodox Church continues to address and handle the challenges of the 21st century, the thinking and the personal example of Zizioulas remain relevant and valuable. His visionary theology of personhood, his emphasis on Eucharistic ecclesiology, and his commitment to the ecumenical dialogue offer a context for the handling of modern issues with theological deepness and spiritual insightfulness. Memory eternal. I'm sorry for spending more time than the time allocated to me.
Your Eminency, you described the theological thoughts and legacy of John of Pergamon as an applied ecclesiology, which is and will be his great legacy for the 21st century. This theologian actually created a synthesis in a visionary way, not just the present for which it actually worked, and you explain all his endeavors, but also for the future, especially nowadays that we see nationalism and other similar narratives. Even more today, the role of the Ecumenical Patriarchate for the unity of the Orthodox Church is an unconditional duty, not just in terms of Orthodox, but also the voice of unity of the Orthodox dialogue with other Christians and with the contemporary world. So this data, this information is the legacy that interacted, or to say, from the Ecumenical Patriarchate. They took the political technocrat knowledge, and he actually gave his spiritual contribution, and we cannot anymore talk about an academic theology, but rather a theology of the church and a theology of the future. So one of the most, let's say, acute topics is the theological thought and contribution for the primacy in church. And His Excellency Metropolitan Maximus of Selivria shall present as another disciple in this great journey of people who were influenced by the thought and vision of Pergamon, Metropolitan, and we shall see one of the major issues, the supernatural character and the ecumenical mission of the Church of Constantinople. So, Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Your All Holiness, Your Excellencies, dear fathers, ladies and gentlemen, it is with feelings of honor, joy and emotion I participate in this conference, which is dedicated to the great theological contribution of the late ecumenical theologian and teacher, Metropolitan Elder Ioannis Zizioulas of Pergamon. Beyond any doubt, based on the tradition of the Church and the teaching of the Fathers, original theology of Ioannis has not and will not cease to be a point of reference in the ecclesiastical and theological circles of the East and West. The fact that important theological texts in the ecumenical movement and the interfaith dialogue were influenced by the ecclesiological principles proves the ecumenical theological character of his theology. Therefore, his text served as a reference for the rapprochement between divided Christians. The theme of our presentation is primacy and ecumenical patriarchate, and intends to demonstrate the theological contribution of Metropolitan Pergamon to the thorny issue of primacy with reference to the primacy of the ecumenical patriarch. Relying the concept of primacy on a theological basis, via a theological narrative of the relevant canons, he aimed mainly, as he told me in one of our many meetings of the Commission for the Dialogue between Catholic and Orthodox churches, at the ecclesiological and theological justification of the primacy of the Mother Church of Constantinople. So, as for the Metropolitan of Pergamon, the primacy of Constantinople has a theological basis. We must first refer to how the Metropolitan of Pergamon justifies the primacy theologically and ecclesiastically in general, and of course, to the critics he received for such justification. Then we will see how he sees the primacy on a global level, and in particular the hierarchical office and the position of the ecumenical patriarchate in the complex of local Orthodox churches. According to Metropolitan of Pergamon theological vindication primacy, if the primacy belongs to the being of the Church, then it cannot be removed only as an institution of an administrative nature. That is a human right for practical reasons, because this would actually mean that the primacy, including that of Constantinople, that it could be eliminated from the life of the Orthodox Church. However, the canons and provisions of the Orthodox Church categorically state that the synod cannot function without the first, and this is also evidenced by the operation of the synodical system of the ancient undivided Church. This suggests that primacy is an essential element of the life of the Church, and therefore exists for ecclesiological and theological reasons, and not for practical ones, as some ecclesiastical circles believe, trying to deconstruct the primacy of Constantinople. Responding to the view of Orthodox theologians who establish the synodality of divine right, iure divino, and the primacy of iure humano, he explains that this view overlooks a simple and obvious fact, that synodality cannot exist without primacy, and therefore synodality exists as a divine right, then the primacy exists as also a divine right, as a iure divino. Of course, there are theologians who oppose the theological foundation primacy with a polemical spirit, who support that the view is not witnessed in the Fathers of the Church, nor in the canonical tradition. They said, for example, the 28th canon of the Fourth Ecumenical Synod, which mentions that the primacy of Rome is due only to the political importance of its seat. At first glance, this argument is plausible. However, if we examine it carefully, we shall see that it is misleading, because in the ancient Church and the Fathers there was no systematic theological foundation of primacy because there was no systematic definition of the church. We had to wait until the 19th century. The first truly ecclesiastic was Ecumenical. According to the Metropolitan of Pergamon, without a systematic theological definition of the church, there is therefore no theological definition of primacy. With the systematic development of ecclesiology in the 19th and especially the 20th century, a systematic theological and ecclesiological approach to the issue also began. At this point, I would also like to add that if we accept the narrow-minded, militant argument that there is no testimony to the fathers of the church about the theological justification of primacy, we end up betraying the ethos of the fathers who used the term homoousios, which is not witnessed in the Bible, to demonstrate that the biblical teaching that Christ is of the same essence as the Father. The above argument resembles the fundamentalist spirit observed in the Protestant reading and understanding of the Holy Bible. The Orthodox world theology of the 19th and 20th centuries used a similar argument against the divine right of papal primacy, namely that primacy in the Church exists as a human right, iure humano, due to historical and human factors. Ultimately, such an understanding of the primacy as an institution of iure humano is nothing but a polemical overreaction to the papal primacy of power. As I have pointed out, world theology did not contribute to a correct and coherent understanding of the issue of primacy. Of course, we cannot deny the fact that historical political factors contributed to the emergence of primacy, as, for example, the bishops of Rome and Constantinople. For example, the 28th canon of the Fourth Ecumenical Council refers to the political factor that contributed to the emergence of the primacy of Rome. However, the canons of the Church are closely linked to the ecclesiology, and their hypostases and value are theologically justified. The same applies to the rules referring to the establishment of primacy. We mentioned above that the canonical tradition of the Church categorically states that a synod cannot function without its first, and this means that primacy is a fundamental element of synodality and the Church in general. However, to be fundamental, this means that some ecclesiological authorities impose its permanent presence and function in the life of the Church. Now, in the context of the ecclesiological issues and the relevant discussions, there was a discussion on the primacy which was raised. Russian theologians of recognized prestige like Afanasiev, Shmenan, and Meyerdorf participated in this discussion, and even in the context of the discussion of the Second Vatican meeting on the theology of the local church. The late Pergamon dealt later, and even in recent years, with the question of primacy and expressed his positive or negative views on the theories of the above theologians. We will not go into a detailed analysis of this criticism, but we must emphasize that it accepts the views of Schmermann and Meyendorf as the ecclesiological foundation of primacy. As we shall see, the Metropolitan of Pergamon addresses the problem of primacy and ecclesiology not as autonomous objects, but as integral parts of the Trinitarian doctrine, Christology and Spiritology. He even considered the theological method as the only way that could lead to a result as to the difficult issue of papal primacy. For Metropolitan Pergamon, the basic theological principles on which his theology on primacy is based is the principle of one and the many that was discussed earlier today. The Church, he says, can only be the unity of the one and the many at the same time. And he continues, this principle springs from the triune theology and from Christology in relation with pneumatology. It's also supported by the Eucharist nature of the Church. Let's focus on the main points of this theological foundation of primacy. According to the Metropolitan of Pergamon, in the Holy Trinity, there is a hierarchical order. Analyzing with consistency and logical consistency the thought of the Cappadocian Fathers, he concludes that the Father is the first. He concludes that the Father is the cause of the two other persons, and therefore the principles of the unity of the Holy Trinity. In other words, there is an asymmetry, an hierarchical asymmetry of order. So in the Holy Trinity, there is a hierarchy. The Father is the one who cannot be understood without the other two persons. He's an inseparable relationship with the Son and the Spirit and derives his identity from the relationship with the other two persons. This hierarchical structure, as the Protestants say, do not create issues because they do that to talk talking about there is no classification in the church. So it should be noted that this is the unity against one. So as the researcher says, the one in Trinity is not the whole unity, but it is actually the person. So we need to note that this interpretation of the endotratic relationship based on the relation for Cappadocian fathers has received a lot of criticism by different Protestants, also by Orthodox ones. But of course, it goes beyond our discussion, the reference to this particular critique that the Metropolitan of Pergamon has already replied to. Generally speaking, we can say that via this criticism, what safeguards, or the critics say, is the integration of the three persons, or let's say a tripartite, not the monarch of the patriarch, but of course such a perception negates what the Cappadocian Father says about the monarchy of fathers, and of course the relationship between the whole Trinity is the ontological part of the unity of the whole Trinity. Of course, a criticism that talks about this issue of Saint Trinity actually talks about the ecclesiastical consequences of this particular issue. The primacy is not the monarchy of the Father, so in other words, the idea that the Father is an image of the ecclesiastical charisma of the aforementioned is against the two sides. So such an erroneous position seems to negate the position of fathership that comes from the life of the Orthodox Church. Moreover, the Metropolitan of Pergamon emphasized that just the fact that from the early ages we used the term father for the episcopal and then for the Father as a person of the whole of the Divine Eucharist, it is enough to testify that the whole Trinity is represented in the Church typologically and symbolically, in other words, in real terms. The Metropolitan of Pergamon emphasizes that in the Holy Trinity there is primacy, because the Father is the cause of the Holy Trinity. In Christology, it is not a coincidence that Christ is called the head of the body, or the firstborn among his brothers, or the head of humanity and creation. There is no body without head in Christology or in ecclesiology. This has been carried far too far at the local, regional, and global level. Therefore, the fact that the first of the local church, in other words, the bishop, was understood as holding in the church the position of the Father, in the place of the Father St. Ignatius, proves the primacy which came from the Trinitarian theology. This primacy was accepted also in a Christological sense. A bishop as an active in persona Christi, in other words, the roots of primacy are theological. By submitting a rather correct and balanced synthesis between pneumatology and Christology, the Metropolitan of Pergamon mentions that Christ is the one, the head, which cannot be understood without the many, in other words, his body. The same principle of one and many is also fundamental in Eucharist. In the local church, the bishop is the head, the one who cannot be interpreted and understood without his community, the many, but not the many, of course, without the first. The same theological principle applies at the regional level, and this is proved by the canonical principle of operation of the ancient local synods, which is expressed by the 34th canon of the whole apostles. According to this rule, the bishops of a place must recognize a head, a first one, and not act without it, but he must not act without them. These two conditions set by the canon constitute the theological justification of the synodical institution. The reference that the first must be considered by the others bishops as a head denotes the Christological basis of primacy. Also, the fact that the first cannot act without the many means that primacy presupposes a so-called conciliarity. The one presupposes the many and the many the one, and because the canon refers to the Holy Trinity, this interdependence is not just an issue of order, but has a theological, in other words, a Trinitarian basis. The 34th Apostolic Canon defines the relationship of the former with the other bishops as one of interdependence. Therefore, it is a true communion of churches according to the model of Holy Trinity. The 34th Apostolic Canon explains with theological presuppositions the relationship between the First and the Synod, in other words, with reference to the communion and glory of the triune God. In the 34th Apostolic Canon, we rediscover the principle of Cyprianos on the autonomous of the local church, and clearly this canon provides that all issues of the local church belong to the responsibility of its bishop. Therefore, neither the Synod nor the First have the right to intervene in the local church. However, issues related to other churches of the region belong to the competence of all the bishops under, of course, the leadership of the First. And now we come to the global level, which is directly related to our issue. As we shall see, the principle of one and many also applies at this level. The Metropolitan of Pergamon reports that there is one Eucharist throughout the universal church, while at the same time, this single Eucharist is at the same time many Eucharists. And he notes, which come first, the one or the many? The question is rather absurd even to be suggested. There is a simultaneity between the one and the many, similar to the one encountered in the very being of God as a Trinity and the person of Christ as spiritual being. This mysterious simultaneity is crucial for Christian faith. Ecclesiology cannot depart from this point if it does not wish to become completely heretical. He further explains that in divine liturgy, the Eucharist is offered on behalf of the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. The whole or worldwide Catholic Church is involved in every celebration of the divine Eucharist, and therefore the nature of Eucharist leads to the need for communion between local churches. Therefore, the Eucharistic ecclesiology, which is at the center of Orthodox ecclesiology, contains a correct balance between the universal and the local church. And it emphasizes categorically that the Eucharistic community, isolated from the rest of the communities, cannot claim any ecclesiastical status. There is one church in the world, although at the same time there are many churches. If we give to Christology and Primatology equal importance, says the Metropolitan of Pergamon, I quote, we are obliged to attribute full Catholicity to each local church and at the same time seek ways to ensure the unity of the church on a global level. But how can this be achieved? The answer to the question is that must be found the correct understanding of two things, the synodical institution and the function of primacy. Both institutions express the unity of the universal church, a single church in the world, the aspect of the one, and cannot be understood as structures beyond local churches. These are realities that express the society of local ecclesiasts, the aspect of many, without undermining the universality and thus leading to an universalist ecclesiology. The first thing that should be emphasized is that in an ecclesiology of society, neither synodality nor primacy can be understood as structures or functions that stand above ecclesiastical communities. Then, he points out that in an ecclesiology of society, there can be no unity in church without primacy at local, regional, and global level. And that there must be a first, so that the many, whether Christians or individuals or local churches, can speak in a single voice. Over here, I need to make a clarification. As we have seen, the Synod and the First express the visible society and unity of local churches. The First, however, finally expresses the unity of the many, that is, of the Synod. As I have pointed out elsewhere, the context in which the Metropolitan of Pergamon sets the relationship between the First and the Synod is a Trinitarian one. that is, a communion of the persons of the Holy Trinity. This very existence of the function of the former reflects the life of the Holy Trinity, in which the communion of the three persons becomes unity in a single person, the hypostasis of the Father. This is the deepest theological reason that excludes any discussion of a so-called co-presidency of a synod. The same theological reason is suspected when it says that it's contrary to the spirit of the canons and the law and the rationale if one was the convener and another was the president, because the spirit and logic of these canons are governed by the principle that local churches must act in synod as unity and not divided. This can explain the persistence of the 34th Apostolic Canon that no bishop can act synodically without the first. The work of the first is relevant to the expression of the unity of the churches and therefore inseparable from the act of convening the synod. Now, the other bishops do participate in the action and in the convening of the synod, and this is related above canon. The first is the mouth and the expression of the will of the bishops, and in this, the ecclesiological character of the first can be seen, that it expresses the communion of the churches and not an authority which is understood only under legal terms. We mentioned above that for the Metropolitan of Pergamon there is primacy even in the Holy Trinity. For the Metropolitan of Pergamon, the hierarchical order and structure in the Holy Trinity has ecclesiological consequences. As there is hierarchy in the Holy Trinity, Father, as a principle and expression of unity, the One, without of course abolishing the equality and completeness of the divinity of divine persons. In a similar, analogous way, there's a hierarchy of churches on a global level, in which the first is the center and expression of the unity of local churches. The foundation of primacy in the monarchy of the Father is disputed. It is argued that the principle of the one and the many in the Holy Trinity cannot be applied to ecclesiology, and therefore as far as primacy is concerned, because in the Holy Trinity the Father as well begets the Son, and the Son emanates from the Holy. So the one is the beginning of the unity of the many, while in ecclesiology the case is totally different. Now, if this rationale is valid in the field of ecclesiology, then there must be a local mother church that will give birth to other churches, and such a church is just and only Jerusalem. So we shall try to offer our own response to this criticism. The question which arises is the following: how does the Metropolitan of Pergamon associate the principle of the one and the many, the Holy Trinity, with ecclesiology? In a way that creates confusion and local inconsistency, as the above criticism points out. I humbly believe that the Metropolitan of Pergamon is trying with this deep correlation to teach us a lesson, as he used to say in our meetings of this dialogue, and a general theological principle. Pater Amphilochius made such a reference: unity and multiplicity in the Holy Trinity. The one and the many is the theological model and example that ecclesiology should follow. We believe that he knows the limits and limitation of this correlation between primacy and, of course, Holy Trinity. That is why when he talked about primacy of the Holy Trinity, he places the word primacy in quotation marks. The above criticism of Russian origin further develops its argument in order to theologically deconstruct the primacy on a global level and abolish it. None of the local churches is the source that gives birth to other local churches, and therefore the community of local churches does not require the existence of a first as a global center of unity. The Church of Jerusalem, as we have seen, whose primacy could be based on the theological principle of the one and the many, is not first, but fifth in the series of diptychs. Therefore, the ecclesiology of society, based on the principle of the one and the many, does not explain the reasons for the establishment of primacy. Both the pentarchy and diptychs rely on another rationale. The model of ecclesiology of society proposed by the Metropolitan of Pergamon is unrelated to the historical context. The primacy on the world level belongs to Christ. Christ is the principle of unity and existence of the Church, and only in this sense, this primacy can be founded on the principle of the one and the many. Only the primacy locally can be accepted. So we see that the above critical view of Russian origin overlooks the indisputable historical fact that Father Alexander Schmemann points out, that in the ancient church there were visible centers of unity, and the older Rome was a world center of unity. Furthermore, there is a logical inconsistency and discontinuity in the position of this criticism that the primacy on the world level belongs only to Christ, while at the local level the bishop comes first. So we have a rational question which arises: why should Christ, as the principle of unity, be first on a global level and not on a local one? I remember that during the meeting of the Theological Committee of the Dialogue between the Catholic Church and Orthodox Church in Amman, Metropolitan Pergamon emphasized that if there is no theological foundation of primacy, the Protestants, who, as it is known, do not accept the institution of the first, would still have an argument, an invisible argument talking about the uselessness of primacy. How can we now describe the primacy on a global level? Citing the canonical principle of 34th Apostolic Canon, which says that bishops cannot act without the presence of the first, this means that the synod cannot function without its head. The many without the one is something unthinkable. The former provides to the synod its theological hypostasis and is not just an honor title. Also, we have seen above, behind this canonical prerequisite for the function of the synod, there is the theological principle that the presence of the former is indispensable because it constitutes in a single body. This canonical principle also implies that the first, both regionally and globally, can actually block the decisions of the synod, if he chooses to do so, without the other bishops being able to function synodically in his absence. According to the Metropolitan of Pergamon, this contradicts the description of primacy as a simple primacy of honor. The former exercise authority of particular importance. She also refers to canonical examples that attest to this fact. In the absence of a patriarch or during the widowhood of his throne, there can be no canonical act or episcopal elections. The Patriarch has the power to convene the Synod and chair the Synod and, of course, draw up its agenda. This, of course, suggests that the Synod cannot replace the institution of the former and thus result in a conciliarism according to which the Synod, and indeed the Ecumenical Synod, is the supreme authority and supersedes everything else. Metropolitan of Pergamon emphasizes that the Synod does not have an advisory but a decisive character in the decision-making process. This means, globally speaking, that the first cannot exercise the right of veto in the decisions of an ecumenical council unless that council acts and decides without the presence of the former. The mutual dependence between first and synod, which is expressed in 34th Apostolic Canon, means for the Metropolitan of Pergamon that primacy is not a juridical concept, which indicates that the person is surrounded by authority, but a form of ministry in the literal sense of the word. According to the Metropolitan Pergamon, this is related to the ministry, concerns the whole community through the community of local churches, which manifested through the bishops who make up the synod. He further explains that for this particular reason, the first himself should be the head of a local church. In other words, he should be a bishop. We can therefore conclude from the above that the first in the world is not a monarch, a person with divine rightful authority, isolated from the fact of communion that the Holy Spirit creates, but an institution which is always exercised in a synodical framework and in consultation with the many. The former exerts his primacy within synodality, and this means, as the Metropolitan of Pergamon points out, that he has a true primacy and not an absolute primacy, because he is monitored and controlled by the other bishops in the spirit of the 34th Apostolic Canon. The first cannot arbitrate and act independently. He is mainly a deacon of the unity of local churches. Thus, he must ensure the preservation of communion and unity of the local Orthodox churches. The first, as we have seen, gives a theological substance to the synod, but he also finds his raison d'être in the synodical institution, of which he is an integral part. The fact that primacy, as the Metropolitan of Pergamon points out, can be abused as a means of oppression does not justify its abolition, because there is no other way for the Church to unite in a single body. These are the ecclesiological prerequisites for the exercise of primacy according to the theological reading of the 34th Apostolic Canon by the Metropolitan of Pergamon. Now, the primacy of Constantinople. After the above citation of the ecclesiological canonical conditions and criteria for the exercise of primacy, let us see how the primacy of Ecumenical Patriarch is described. It goes without saying that the exercise of this primacy is understood in the light of the above criteria. Therefore, after the schism, the Patriarchates of the East recognized Constantinople as their first, without, of course, global jurisdiction as demanded by Rome. It was a primacy practiced according to the 34th canon. The Patriarch of Constantinople could not interfere in the affairs of the other patriarchates, but would be responsible for the canonical order between them and would be able to intervene only in case of danger, turmoil, and some kind of anomaly when he would be expected to act accordingly. It is also responsible for convening the synods that would deal with issues concerning all Orthodox churches, always with the consent of the other patriarchs. The same principles continue to apply after the creation of the other patriarchates and autocephalous churches, which constitute the current structure of the Orthodox Church, with the exception of occasional difficulties in their relations, as the Metropolitan says, mainly due to ethnic tendencies. Orthodox churches have accepted the idea of primacy as practiced in the Orthodox Church by the Patriarch of Constantinople in the spirit of the 34th Apostolic Canon as presented earlier. This primacy is sometimes described as a primacy of honor, a term that leads to misunderstandings. As it is noted, this is not just an honorary primacy, but a primacy that contains real duties and responsibilities under the conditions already noted. In a statement, he rejects the accusation that he is the author of the theory of the first without equals. And he responds by the published text. Primacy in the Orthodox Church can only be exercised in the context of conciliarity according to the letter and the spirit of the 34th canon of the Apostles, which we have already examined. The Council cannot be advisory but decisive in decision-making. The first is the exponent of the unanimity or majority of the Synod. From the above statement, it appears that the Metropolitan of Pergamon does not accept an understanding of the function of the former in the sense of first without equals, because such an understanding implies primacy of power, while he stresses that primacy is exercised with synodality. For the Metropolitan of Pergamon, primacy does not abolish the theological principle of the equality of bishops, and under this principle, the expression primus inter pares can be used, first among equals, in other words, which, however, does not accept if this suspects a simple honorary primacy. As evidenced by the history and the canonical tradition of the Orthodox Church, the Patriarch of Constantinople presided over and convened Pan-Orthodox Council as the latest, which took place in the Great Council of Crete. He negates the refused the Russian view, which challenged the primacy of Constantinople with two historical and canonical events. Throughout the period after schism, the Metropolitan of Constantinople convened and presided over pan-Orthodox synods. And secondly, he always accepted appeals in accordance with the canons 9 and 17 of the Fourth Ecumenical Council. The first, on the world level, is at the same time the head of all the other patriarchs and bishops. In different meetings of the theological dialogue with the Catholic Church, the Metropolitan of Pergamon supported the view that Constantinople is the head of all the other primates and bishops of the local Orthodox churches. I remember in particular that during the meeting in Paphos in Cyprus in 2009, when the representative of the Russian Church sharply rejected this canonical primordial position of Constantinople, he brilliantly quoted the well-known volume of 1589 that the Patriarch of Russia should recognize Constantinople as the head, as the rest of Patriarchs should actually do. I remember once again the meaning of a man in Jordan in 2014, during which a representative of the Moscow said that he saw Christ as the only head. And that once again the Father Alexander Shmeman that I had the honor to submit, which says that church cannot have a visible church because church is the invisible head, and of course this is theologically absurd. There's no need here to refer in detail to the Protestant Empire war argument, which was invoked by Orthodox theologians in the polemical argumentation against the papal primacy of jurisdiction. According to Metropolitan of Pergamon, the Patriarch of Constantinople, as undoubtedly the first of the entire Orthodox Church, is the one who must coordinate the Orthodox churches and express, after consultation, the convergent views on issues concerning the entire Orthodox Church, both ad intra and ad extra, so that the Orthodox Church appears as a single church, regardless of the fact of the coexistence of many autocephalous churches. And he considers that such a concern for the inter-Orthodox unity must find its place in the charter of every Orthodox Church, because unlike in the past, today it seems necessary to have a canonical structure of pan-Orthodox unity. This statement was submitted in a conference in Belgrade, a conference that had as a topic the canonical law. Now, in this structure, the Patriarch of Constantinople, as first, should be the one who shall coordinate Orthodox churches and shall express convergence on issues concerning the Orthodox Church. Now, for the Metropolitan of Pergamon, such a canonical structure is not just a matter of historical conjecture and necessity, but has a theological basis and stems from the theological principle of the one and the many. Describing through the adventures of history the institution of the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the ministry and valuable offer of the Metropolitan of Pergamon, he says, what is the Ecumenical Patriarchate? We call it an institution, but it's much more than that. It is a historical paradox, a mystery of our history. He quotes the words from the second epistle of the second letter of the Apostle Paul, which describe the nature of the work of the apostles to express this particular paradox. In everything recommending themselves as deacons of God, in suspicion, much in sorrow and need and distress, in hoods of prison and mess, labor, watchfulness, and he mentioned some historical events with which we managed to understand this paradox of the apostolic institution. And he says that this is the most convincing proof of the Patriarchate and the Ecumenical Throne, which is also in the faithfulness of the Ecumenical Throne in the Gospel and the preservation of the Orthodox faith. It says, in this regard, the throne preserves the authentic Orthodox teaching, which was bequeathed to us by the ecumenical councils of the fathers of the Church. The golden mouth of John and the pastoral feud of Gregory the theologian have not ceased to sound throughout the centuries in this church. In it, during the difficult century, all local Orthodox churches ran to confirm that they were seated remain the faith of their fathers. Also, this throne became an imitator of the apostles because, like them, it gave birth to other churches in Christ Jesus through the gospel, against, once again, what the Russian critique stipulates. The Ecumenical Patriarchate It is also responsible for the maintaining the ethnicity of peoples, as for example the Bulgarian people, and this testifies that the Ecumenical Patriarchate, although Greek, never yielded to the temptation of nationalism. It has always been and remains supranational, in other words, ecumenical. But of course, to preserve its ecumenical character, the Patriarchate must remain in its historical seat. The nature of its ministry and its destiny is to serve all Orthodox, and divine providence placed him where it is so that no one can slander and question its supranational character, on the basis of which it is called upon to play a decisive role in our days. Besides, for the Metropolitan of Pergamon, in today's era, the postmodernism era, primacy has a unifying role to play, whether we are led to a multiculturalism or a revival of nationalism, under the trend that it will reflect the eschatological nature of the Church and not to be determined on the basis of ethnicity, as it is the case with the phenomenon of the Orthodox diaspora. The Ecumenical Patriarchate plays an active, unifying role in the pan-Orthodox, pan-Christian and interfaith sector. I conclude the following words of the late Metropolitan, who loved, defended and served with sacrificial abnegation the sacred institution of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. If an institution survives historically, this happens only when it hears the vibration of history and meets extension needs of man of every era. Then the Ecumenical Patriarchate has today and tomorrow to accomplish a substantive mission. As I have already said, even if this institution did not exist, it should have been founded. And he says a lot when talking about Ecumenical Patriarchate. Without the Ecumenical Patriarchate, Orthodoxy will fall into the vortex of nationalism, a boasting of the past, an introversion, a self-sufficiency, a contempt against modern world. The Ecumenical Patriarchate has shown that it can translate the present into the past, present into future, yesterday and today into tomorrow. And this is because beyond its institutional status, it is a carrier of an open mindfulness, a universality and sensitivity of the people of any age, of all ages. And this is a guarantee of the future according to man. To conclude, my dear friends, and Your All Holiness, I tried to showcase that the Metropolitan of Pergamon contributed to the change of primacy which exists iure humano, and an understanding of primacy as a simple primacy of honor, and this is important contribution, as a primacy iure divino, and not just a simple primacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Metropolitan of Silivria, because you connected the office of the primate and the structure of the church with theological foundation, especially as to the office of the Ecumenical Patriarch. And anyone who would like to see just canonistic, normative or legal basis, they will realize that this foundation is theological for the Metropolitan of Pergamon. Unfortunately, in the 20th and 21st century, the history is now used differently, unfortunately, and another use of ecclesiology and theology. And thus, we see now new dogmas for culturalistic and nationalistic visions of primacy. Therefore, my colleague, friend, Pantelis Kalaitsidis has been for years delving in this phenomenon that is relevant to history, meaning nationalism. When he reminded us of the temptation of Judas, almost all nation-states developed such nationalism, and now in the 21st century, after the latest events, that weaken our witness in the modern world, we must revisit the role of the Ecumenical Patriarchate and its supranational character through this ecumenical mission. The floor to Mr. Kalaitsidis. Your Eminences, Fathers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great honor and emotion that I take the floor to talk about the topic that was given to me, meaning the supranational character and the ecumenical mission of the Church of Constantinople. And I seize this occasion to warmly thank the Ecumenical Patriarchate and His Whole Holiness for giving us the possibility to co-organize this conference together with the Patriarchate and the Center of Orthodox Studies of the University of Fordham. I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committee for their excellent cooperation, and I would like to express my joy, my happiness, because the participants are not those directly involved in the conference, but also people from all over the world. So, a warm thank you to all of you for your presence here. I would like to say that inevitably the topic handed to me for the supranational character and the ecumenical mission of the Church of Constantinople included a paragraph on primacy, but that was fully covered by His Eminence, the Metropolitan of Silivria, so I will skip this paragraph. And also I would like to tell you that in my speech I also use some of unpublished texts by the Metropolitan of Pergamon that we have in the Academy of the Theological Studies of Volos, where part of his personal library is located as well. It was donated to us in June 2021. So now let me go straight to my topic. The relation of Ioannis Zizioulas, born in Kazan in 1931, meaning within the limits of a metropolis within the climate of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, but administered by the Church of Greece. So his relationship with the Mother Church of Constantinople is dated quite early. Apart from his studies in Boston, in the Harvard University, and his relationship with the Greek Orthodox parishes, in summer 1967, after leaving his position as an assistant in the Theological School of the University of Athens, which had something to do with the ecclesiastic policy of the dictatorship regime and the ascension in the throne of the Archimandrite Hieronymus Kotsonis, So after leaving Athens, Ioannis Zizioulas is placed upon decision of the Central Commission of the World Council of Churches as the secretary of the Faith and Order Commission in Geneva, which he occupied for 3 years. This position, as he notes in his memo towards the Academy of Athens, placed him at the epicenter of theological fermentations on the intra-Christian levels and has been very important for his all theological education and activity. His successful mandate as the secretary of the Faith and Order Commission was noticed by the Patriarch Athinagoras, who already in 1971, as the Metropolitan notes in his memo towards the Academy of Athens, he invited him and let him know that he intended to propose to the Holy and Divine Council of the Ecumenical Patriarchate his election as a hierarch. He was reserved as to the size of responsibility, and he also wished to continue for some time his academic and scientific work. This is why this election was delayed. But after many invitations by the Patriarchate in 1974 and in 1980, he was then accepted by Ioannis Zizioulas in 1986. As he notes in his memo in 1993, open quote, in 1986, after the illness and abstinence of the Metropolitan of Chalcedon Melitonas, the Metropolitan Maximus invited me on behalf of the Patriarch Demetrios, and I was asked again to be elected as a hierarch of the ecumenical throne. Feeling that my age did not allow for a new postponement and responding to the call of church, I accepted to become a member of the clergy. I just asked to continue at the same time my academic activity, at least for some time period, which was accepted. End of quote. The perception of the Metropolitan of Pergamon as to the supernatural character and the ecumenical mission of the Church of the Constantinople is directly linked to the understanding of Hellenism in his work and the relation of the meeting of Hellenism with Christianism, which seems to be the framework based on which his entire work is developed. The late Metropolitan is rather the only Greek theologian of the 60s which deeply understood the work of Father George Florowski. The loyalty and the uniqueness of his relationship with Florowski does not only concern the perception and elaboration of central themes of his theology, such as the Christian Hellenism and the relationship between Hellenism and Christianism, but it is also concerned the fact that the approach and the discussion of such complex and relevant issues by the Metropolitan of Pergamon takes a purely theological perspective without any tendency for Hellenocentrism, without ceding to the temptation of nationalism and anti-Westernism. Our theologian keeps returning to the issue of the meeting between Hellenism and Christianism, but he never adopts the wording of Florowski for Christian Hellenism as the eternal category of Christian existence. As Zizioulas highlights the multifaceted implications and the importance of this meaning, but also the new word born from it, he notes the following that marks his shift from historic to systematic theology. Open quote. Those that made this first effort to Christianize Hellenism were Greeks themselves. This means that Christianization was not a negation of Hellenism, it was a transformation. But the main questions and interests of the Hellenic spirit were satisfied with answers that were no longer Hellenic. So this transformation proved that Christianism could make a distinction between the questions and the answers of the Hellenic civilization, because there were two questions, not only deeply intellectual but mainly existential, that only the Greeks with their own way of thinking were in position to raise. But precisely the fact that such questions and concerns, typically and exclusively Greek, were satisfied in a worldview that had never raised such questions, is precisely the miracle of the Greek fathers. End of quote. For this reason, according to John Zizioulas, the historic course of New Hellenism and the effort of meeting a participation in the modern world cannot be understood without a deep awareness of the era of the Church Fathers and their theology. In the same way, it is not possible to have a Greek Hellenic identity and Hellenicity without the contribution of Orthodoxy. But this cannot be achieved through the nostalgic repetition of the forms of the past, because as Zizioulas points out, and this is very important for his attitude, open quote, no return can create a spiritual identity if it's a mere return to the past. Iulianos failed, and the same applied to the Greek identity he wanted to revive, because he took the path of return. Orthodoxy won the future of Hellenism because it did not represent a return but a creative synthesis. So today, in order to highlight, to allow the Hellenic identity to emerge, Orthodoxy shouldn't just return to forms of the past. It shouldn't be a nostalgic eros for the Orthodoxy, which neglects the actual reality. And the actual reality for Greece is Europe. Hellenism should be transformed in his main ingredients without losing its Hellenicity, going through this new reality of Europe. End of quote. This fervent advocacy in favor of Europe and the vision of European integration, which has not only financial, social and political aspects, but also spiritual ones, and whose orthodoxy is not going to be an opponent but an organic member actively present, is found in many texts by the Metropolitan of Pergamon. When he approaches the topic of ecumenicality and the mission of the Ecumenical Patriarchate today, as he characteristically points out, responding to the fears of many Orthodox towards the European integration, open quote, the Orthodoxy is not at risk because of Europe. It is at risk because of the inactivity and its weakness to acknowledge and respectfully project its richness. End of quote. Already in 1990, the Metropolitan of Pergamon has full awareness that European integration means ceding rights and sovereignty, but also freedom of movement for populations, which would inevitably mean dramatic demographic changes. He also highlights that the role of Orthodoxy, and Orthodoxy freed from the Greek borders, a truly ecumenical Orthodoxy will have a decisive importance. He also shares an over-optimistic prediction that the participation of Orthodox in the United Europe will decrease the tension of nationalisms. In this condition, an institution such as Ecumenical Patriarchate, which is Greek but without being in Greece, will be called upon to preserve the particularity of Hellenism in an era where Greece as a state will go through this dramatic change. The fears of assimilation of Orthodoxy within Europe will be unbased only if Orthodoxy realizes its ecumenical character. End of quote. Our problem, according to the late Metropolitan, is that us ourselves are not aware of the richness of Orthodoxy, and we are not in a place to interpret it for the people of our era. Now that the flow of things, the flow of history brings the Orthodox people within Europe as its organic members, the task of Orthodoxy to get to know itself and creatively link it to the Western world becomes an imperative. The opinions mentioned above should be reminded to those that declare to be his students or his admirers, but at the same time they write articles on the problems or impasses of Europe, and they barely conceal their sympathy towards authoritarian regimes and their leaders as the axis of resistance to the West, adopting at the same time all the claims of Moscow against the Ecumenical Patriarchate. In several texts, the late Metropolitan considers that the Orthodoxy needs a supranational ecumenical center in accordance with the principles of its ecclesiology, a center that will be identified with a specific local church, which is a full and not just a partial church, and will express the free consent of other local churches. As he points out, open quote, the Ecumenical Patriarchate, even if it didn't exist, it should have been invented. End of quote, and this phrase has been repeated quite often in these 2 days. In his thinking, Orthodoxy must have an ecumenical character. Localisms are obsolete. The particularities of people should be respected, but also people should open up their horizon. The condemnation of ethnophiletism by the patriarchs in Constantinople in 1972 is considered a prophecy, very relevant in our times. He believes that the fact that there were no longer Christian populations in Pontus, Thrace, and Asia Minor after 2022, and the fact that the Ecumenical Patriarchate was released from the Greek irredentism and nationalism gave to the Church of Constantinople bigger prestige and reliability. The 20th century has indeed been the century that highlighted the supranational character of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, as he points out. The Metropolitan of Pergamon was not a daydreamer, not a utopist. He had a full and realistic perception of the difficulties implied in the particular position of the Patriarchate and the suspicion with which it was treated when executing its mission. He had full awareness of the problem of nationalism in the Balkans and generally in the Orthodox world, as well as the problems created emerging from the creation of national states in the Balkans, but also the instrumentalization of Orthodoxy to the benefit of national identities and ideologies. As he pointed out, as to the national fragmentation of Orthodoxy, open quote, In the midst of these ethnophyletic oppositions between the Orthodox churches, the Ecumenical Patriarchate is the most common target that receives fire. It is Greek, and this is why it is fought by Slavic-speaking Orthodox as supposedly serving Greek interests. But it is not placed in Greece, but it is in a country that is traditionally an enemy of Greece. It is treated with suspicion by those in Greece as well. Repeating without wanting it the arguments of Pharmakidis, some say that the leadership of the Patriarchate is pro-Turkish. The Ecumenical Patriarchate is a church, a martyr church, not because it has to deal with difficulties created by another religion, but because it has to fight with the plague of ethnophyletism and maintain its supranational identity. The presence of the Patriarchate outside Greece, despite its difficulties, helps maintaining the supranational character. The Ecumenical Patriarchate is Greek culturally and biologically speaking, but it is not part of the Greek state. Through its long history, it has proven that it has not served ethnophyletism. It allowed Slavic tribes to have their own civilization, and it respected their cultural identity. And it was accused by many historians, such as Konstantinos Paparigopoulos, that it didn't Hellenicize the Bulgarians. Indeed, the Ecumenical Patriarchate did not do that, because the conscience of ecumenicity is a supranational conscience. This is a quote from an unpublished manuscript of the late Metropolitan, from his speech in 1992 in the foundation, in the Wolandrichon Foundation. As it becomes obvious, a key position in his work is this distinction between Hellenism and Greece as a country. And this distinction it is difficult to translate it for those that are not related to Hellenism, but he returns to it in many texts, and it points out to the difference between Hellenism as a state, as a nation state, and Hellenism as a cultural identity and ecumenical figure. And he writes to this respect, the divine providence wanted that the Patriarchate is Hellenic to express its ecumenical character, but it is not Greek and situated in Greece, because that would negate the ecumenical character. The Ecumenical Patriarchate, residing outside Greece but still being Hellenic, will help modern Greeks to think ecumenically and the other Orthodox churches to overcome the ethnophyletic tendencies of the past, thus cultivating the policy of an open horizon. It will help humanity to avoid a conflict, a clash of cultures, by playing a beneficial role in international policy. Based on what we've said above, it seems that this is the direction towards the Ecumenical Patriarchate is moving. End of quote. These opinions raise a series of questions. For example, what does it mean that the Ecumenical Patriarchate is Greek? Could an ecumenical patriarch be someone without Greek origins? It becomes obvious that these questions cannot be discussed and answered in this conference, but let it be noted that given the affinity between Hellenism and Orthodoxy, this makes the Metropolitan highlight that any identification of Orthodoxy with Hellenism within Greece will mean risks for the identity of Orthodoxy as well. Do not believe that interventions of the Metropolitan of Pergamon are just at a theoretical or abstract level without touching upon persons or conditions, especially the Greek nationalism or the involvement and the intertwinement between state and church in Greece. In his text entitled Déplacement de la perspective eschatologique, which was published in 1984, he says the following: the Orthodox world did indeed tasted the risk of confusion between church and the world after the fall of the Byzantium. In this era, the bishop of the Orthodox Church took roles that were purely secular or sometimes political, such as the leader of the national struggle. As a result, in some countries, such as Greece, the bishop is considered to be an official to the degree that the state, if the state ignores the clergy or strips them of secular powers, there is a deep reaction that betrays a deep theological confusion. This example shows how important it is for the Orthodoxy today to develop its own theological criteria in order to determine what it pertains to the church, to the structure of church as eschatological community, and what pertains to church as a community that belongs to the world. End of quote. The Metropolitan of Pergamon links the emergence of nationalism in the Orthodox world in the 18th and 19th century with the problems in the ecclesiological constitution of the Orthodox Church. When all Orthodox place the idea of nation over the idea of the unity and universality of the Orthodox Church. As a result of this process, all churches were declared to be autocephalous in all states that derived from the Ottoman Empire, starting from Greece. According to the Metropolitan of Pergamon, this is the transfer of the Byzantine idea of autocephalism that is irrelevant to nationalism, but it did serve the ethnogenesis and the individual national ideologies that led to the creation of independent local national churches, but at the same time to the conflict between Christian ecumenism and nationalism in the geographical area of the Balkans. At this point, and in order to understand the openness of spirit and his interdisciplinarity, it is worth mentioning a quote that shows how the Metropolitan perceives the development of things in relation to the emergence of nationalism, the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, and the position of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. It is his preface to the book of Paschalis Kitramilidis about religion and policy in the Orthodox work. It was published first in English and then in Greek in 2019 and 2021 respectively. So, open quote. After a period of freedom that the Ottoman Empire granted to religious communities in the second half of the 19th century and allowed the Ecumenical Patriarchate to flourish, then nationalism goes to the Ottoman Empire, dissolves it, and the current Turkish nation emerges, which is opposite to everything that it is Greek. The Ecumenical Patriarchate, especially after the Asian Minor destruction, the most imminent threat for its hypostasis, and its seat is risked to be transferred. Finally, after the Treaty of Lausanne in 1923, the seat of the Patriarchate remains in Constantinople, fighting to play its supranational role in Orthodoxy in an environment that looks at this institution suspiciously in nationalistic terms. The 20th century was indeed an era that highlighted the supernatural character of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. Patriarch Meletios IV, in the most crucial moment for the survival of the institution, extends its jurisdiction to the entire ecumeny, including the Greek diaspora, and convenes pan-Orthodox meetings and making the Orthodox Church a leading factor in the international efforts to reunite the Christian world. This line is followed by his successors, especially Patriarch Athinagoras, who includes the entire Orthodox Church in the ecumenical movement and starts the process for the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Greece, which was finally organized by the current Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew in June 2016 in Crete. Under the leadership of the current Patriarch, the international role of the Patriarchate is developed and more initiatives are taken to protect the national environment, to conduct intra-religious dialogues, and to develop efforts for peace among people. End of quotes. And now another quote that is about the relation to enlightenment. Open quote. Enlightenment gave rise to nationalism, especially in the form of the nation-state, but at the same time, it projected and disseminated the fundamental humanistic values of equality and human rights that include the seeds for ecumenicality and transcendence of nationalism. Orthodox ecclesiology, according to the Metropolitan, has no reason to oppose to enlightenment. Church, in its nature, is a synthesis of universality and locality, unity and otherness, the sacrament of the one and the many, as included in the doctrine of the Holy Trinity, whose image Church is. The message conveyed by Orthodoxy in the modern Western civilization is that nations should not be introvert and should draw their identity through their opposition to the other, to those that are different, of different race, of different religion. End of quote. These opinions on enlightenment are an innovation and a revision of his own previous opinions. And it would be worthy to further explore this. But we have limited time and we cannot do that. Furthermore, the Metropolitan of Pergamon pays particular attention to the presence of Orthodox diaspora in Western Europe, which is considered by him a bridge between Orthodoxy and the West, and an important factor that contributes to the overcoming of a perception of an Orthodoxy that's limited to the East or the Balkans, but it becomes an organic member of Europe. He also states that the, open quote, the space of Orthodoxy, as perceived by the Ecumenical Patriarchate, is not the East. Of course, we do not grant to the Pope or to anyone else the West, the North, or the South. Both geographically and culturally, Orthodoxy is Catholic and not Eastern, as it was the case before the schism. End of quote. I will conclude my speech with an extract from his unpublished speech at the Willandry Horn Foundation. Open quote. The Ecumenical Patriarchate has been placed by the providence and the mercy of God in the position of the primate. It is externally humbled so as not to be arrogant. It undertakes the tasks of the primate as a humble ministry. In an era where Orthodoxy is faced with so many risks, its unity is not enough. This unity is unthinkable without the Ecumenical Patriarchate. In an era in which Hellenism is called upon to save the Greeks, which are threatened, the importance of an institution which is Hellenic but without being placed in Greece becomes huge. Let's not allow the wider Hellenism to be suffocated. The Ecumenical Patriarchate has incarnated for centuries the pure ecumenical idea of Hellenism. This idea gives the right and the task to be the servant of the authentic ecumenic idea, an idea that becomes ever more important. The future belongs to the ecumenical idea, which will be healthy and authentic. The Ecumenical Patriarchate, as a servant of this idea, becomes more necessary than ever for everybody. And if it didn't exist, we should have invented it. Thank you very much for your attention.
We wish to thank very much Mr. Kalaitsidis. Though we are truly out of time, we had the opportunity to listen to three amazing speeches which refer to three major topics. We had the speech by the elder Metropolitan Emmanuel of Chalcedon about the contribution of Metropolitan John to the preparation and work of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church in Crete back in 2016, which I dare to say is an emblematic contribution also of the Ecumenical Patriarchate in providing service to the Orthodox churches, of course, that due to the non-participation of four churches shows the inefficiencies of the Orthodox that opened this chapter by the Metropolitan Max of Selivria when he talked about the primacy and the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the importance of the first, let's say, in Orthodoxy. And last but not least, Dr. Pantelis Kalaitsidis, who indicated the different utilization of the history as far as some issues related to expansion of growth of nationalism in different historical eras as the one, let's say, fluid one that we're living right now, today, the so-called modernism or postmodernism, where we observe the phenomenon where we have a return to the idea of nation-state and to a certain cultural nationalism, which, let's say, undermines the role of orthodoxy. But this, of course, happens in all Orthodox countries. There's no Orthodox country which is not, let's say, influenced with other. The other one has, for example, with Finland, for instance, which is a rather remote country against what's happening in the south. In other words, I suggest the following. As we are running out of time, and questions must be submitted, you should suggest some questions and try to take these questions and take the thematics, and then instead are going to provide some synthetic answers, because the theological thought of Pergamos was synthetic. So if we go analytically, we need at least 30 minutes to 1 hour to hold this discussion, but let's try to do that still. Mr. Mamalos has the floor. I have a question that can be answered by all three speakers. The question is why this happens in Orthodoxy. All this, why do you have in Orthodoxy this phenomenon? Secondly, why bishops of the Orthodox Church question not just the 4 churches that did not participate in the Synod on Crete, bishops within the churches that did participate in Crete, they question. I witnessed what happened at a conference in Athens. A lady standing next to me, well, I don't know, kind of uneducated, says the synod was not big or small. And I won't say what I told you. You might imagine what I told her. And finally, why do you have the fear of dialogue? The last speaker referred to the Ecumenical of Pergamos. Why haven't we taught from the Ecumenical of Pergamos? And in Trikala, last week, a conference was cancelled, and I read the agenda of the conference, which was amazing. We would have the participation of excellent speakers who would offer their own contribution to a dialogue. Why is this happening? We have, of course, the Metropolitan Maximum Selivria, who participates in a dialogue with the Pope. Why Pope is seen as a monster? Why in 2024 we still are in this position? The Saint Los Angeles, as I call him. Thank you to all 3 speakers. A very short question for all 3 of you. For the elder Metropolitan of Chalkidon, what is the future of synodicality? A question to Silivrias, what is the future of primacy? And to Dr. Kalaitsidis, what is the future What did you say? I'm sorry, speaking of the ethno-nationalism.
Thank you for the eminence, and thank you, Dr. Kalaitsidis. I would like to ask one question. I like what he said about why not have a non-Greek non-Greek patriarchate here. And I think what's happening in Africa, which he did not mention too much, could lead us somewhere else, because what's happening with the patriarchate, what they're doing in Africa is really immense, it's really great, it's really big, because we have seen after maybe 1,800 years the first deaconess, which has not been done in the Orthodox Church. We all deny this right to female. Somebody should answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Άλλος, παρακαλώ κύριος Γκούνας. Και νομίζω θα σταματήσουμε εδώ να ακούσουμε και αν χρειαστεί θα κάνουμε ένα γύρο ακόμη.
Ναι, καλησπέρα. Στον κύριο Καλατζίδη,
A question for Mr. Kalaitsidis. You made a reference that the question of Greek nationalism is related to the nation-state under Enlightenment. And you said to the responsibility of Pharmakidis, but the responsibilities on the other side, Pharmakidis, though he had some political, was he politically right against, it was not theologically right, whereas though they were right, but theologically they lost politically. In other words, I'm saying they coincide, both things. Thank you. Well, I will say that I recently wrote in Nation State by Paraskevas Matala that Economou had a very good relationship with Russian services. So some things need more research. Now let me give the floor to His Excellency Metropolitan Emmanuel of Chalcedon. Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, as far as why we question some phases of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, and which is related, of course, to the question of the last-minute decision taken by 4 churches not to participate in the Council of the Orthodox Church in Crete. We do know the reasons, of course. And I sincerely believe that it is clear why they didn't want to participate. The leverage, of course, as you understand, was the Patriarchate of Moscow, because everything started from the Patriarchate in Moscow and Russia, and they were the ones who actually, let's say, pushed the other churches not to participate in the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church in Crete. This is where everything starts from, right? And these are the, let's say, consequences of that decision, is the unwillingness to accept the Holy and Great, and acknowledge the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church by saying that it's not a Holy and Great because the decisions are of no substance. But of course, this is the life of the Church. We can see what was the content and what has happened. Because I said that back in January 2016, all these texts have been decided. And last minute, in June, just a few days ahead of the preparation of the meeting, they leave. We understand that all of the above was something, let's say, premeditated. And this is where we should actually focus on. So there's many things that we need to do in order to be able to understand that there is a legacy that is left to all of you. So it's not about putting something, in the closet. So these are decisions that must take place, and we need to understand. And this should be transmitted to theological schools, to the theological vision, and be applied also in church. Now, I'm not going to enter into some details, and of course, I'm not here to create any, let's say, further rift, but I guess it was a fear that we have, a fear against the other. Let's not forget that the Saint of Pergamon was the one who taught us a lot on how we can actually approach the other, respecting his difference, without being ones who undermine things, and we should be a church which shows love to the other. I guess I should also answer the second question. What is the future of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church? Well, our church is a church which is, let's say, interconnected with synodicality. If we do not have synodicality, there's no future for us. We see what has happening in the Roman Catholic Church, that actually the last 2 years they're doing a major effort to first understand itself the notion and the concept of synodicality, but it's still a lot of road ahead for them, because the synodicality in church differs against any other notion. So we live in and with synodicality, but we need to further understand it. We live in synodicality because we are familiar with that. If one day we stop saying that we are a church, that not only theoretically we do say that we are the church of the 7 ecumenical councils, but we have managed to show that it is a a church which is alive, and it can create, it can refer to today's world. As we said, for the late Pergamon, church is open. This is the message that we want also to showcase to today's world and people. There was a question, I guess, by St. Maximus, what is the future of primacy? Well, of course, it has to do with synodicality. But I believe that what the Saint of Pergamus can actually provide is, we do not know what the future will, what lies in the future, but I believe that we should preserve at any cost primacy, because primacy is actually what refers to a unity, and especially our patriarchate, which is a supranational unity. How important, in other words, this is. Now, as per the other question, because you referred to dialogue, the acceptance of the dialogue. What happens with dialogue? Yes, okay. We do all understand that the question of Pope that we see in Greece, as you say, has also some polemical reasons, historical reasons, some certain trauma. So it is something which has a lot a difficult dialogue with the Roman Catholics. Unfortunately, allow me to say that the discussion of dialogue do not actually arrive to discuss these issues. And many heretics say, so what do you do in this dialogue? Nothing happens in the dialogue. So this is something that we discussed at the Volos conference. I guess Stavros remembers that. And the Saint of Pergamon said that as it is an eschatological, says that this is a narrow interpretation of history. So they said that let's leave the future to speak for itself. And this can actually evaluate the future. And I do remember what the Vatican said about primacy, where they suggested that as the St. Pergamons, they start to undermine the character of Orthodox theology, which penetrates the Roman Catholic dogma, is a reality. And the late said that major ideas are difficult to be born. So we establish a dialogue, and at a certain moment the Church might utilize or throw away these things. But the question of dialogue is very important, especially with the Roman Catholic Church, where we share so many things. And I believe that yesterday we said that the theological conflict between East and West, and unfortunately some theologians of previous generations are responsible about it. So, and the dialogue shows that they have a shared basis, which means that we have a shared basis to work on with the West. And do you remember that was a speech at the University of Munich, where I said that we should be open even to Protestants. They will help us learn things that we do not know ourselves, and some we are not that familiar. We have not familiar ourselves with the Bible, and with Bible we can see things. So we should have this ecumenical opening. That's what I wanted to say. But still, allow me once again to reiterate that primacy is the only thing that we should protect. That's why I said that for Pergamon is something very important. When the Orthodoxy talks, should have a single voice. a voice that talks about the unity of Orthodoxy, and this is something they do not want. Slavic churches, and they use this, Protestant narrative about Christ which unite us. So institution should be there, otherwise the church will be dismantled. That's why Protestants cannot be united themselves. And there is, let's say, an invisible unity without having a visible unity. Thank you. Comments of microphone cannot be translated. He still said, so do we have a dialogue for 40 years with Germans, with Anglicans, and with many others? Comments of microphone. Also with Protestants. We apologize, there's a discussion off microphone. I was amazed to see that there should be dealt with Protestants. I don't know. Let's leave a thought to Mr. Kalaidzidis. Thank you very much for these questions and interventions. I shall start from the end, replying to Mr. Gounas. Yes, you might be right that it was not just a ecclesiological issue, but it was how we could face the different challenges coming from a liberal Europe, and indeed you might be wrong on that. But if we have a greater perspective, we shall actually see that on this particular issue, the reception of the liberal ideas, that though the Church of Greece, where I actually come from, is the most conservative Orthodox Church, as per these type of challenges, the Ecumenical Patriarchate manages to respond much better to these kind of challenges of the liberal ideas. So I guess it is the Orthodox Church which responds the best to these kind of issues. So I guess we should have a greater perspective and not just a certain historicity. In other words, and when we talk about the coincidence between church and liberal ideas, I'd like to refer to my dear friend, Professor Zizioulas Papanikolaou, who has talked a lot about these issues and has drafted.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presence. It is extremely important that someone from Lebanon, under the present circumstances, took the initiative to come to Istanbul and to be present here and to ask this kind of questions. So I'm grateful you to be here, and I'm grateful that you mentioned the problem in Africa and in Alexandria with this kind of actually ecclesiology of punishment, because what the Russians did in Africa is the ecclesiology of punishment and the ecclesiology of how to say, revenge. So the issues you raise are really very important, but I'm afraid we cannot discuss it just in the framework of one answer. So thank you for being here, and please convey our greetings to our friends in Lebanon and to all these open-minded Orthodox people around you. So, για το μέλλον του εθνοφιλετισμού.
Now for the future of ethnophilitism, I hope that we can try as a church to overcome this principle of ethnophilitism, which is a logic which goes against unity. It is a logic of segregation. So the basic principle of church is the unity of people. is fraternity, and it is really sad to see that when talk about communion nowadays, we see that there are steps towards this new direction, and the Christian churches, and especially the Orthodox Church, makes steps behind and has a very, let's say, archaic ethnophilitism. As far as the question, Mr. Mamalos, he had quite some questions, and they're very crucial questions, the ones suggested by you, and these are questions at the heart of the problem of our church today. Why this phenomenon exists in the ethnophilitism in our church? That's a great discussion. Allow me just to say that beyond any doubt, the historical journey of our churches is the ecclesiological conception of the church itself, which doesn't have the notion of primacy. There was a reference in this discussion in Roman Catholics. When we go to the United States and we see Polish or Irish or Italian immigrants, they cannot have their own national churches. They belong to the Roman Catholic Church of each region, of each county. Now, as our history was not amiable with us, and there's so many things that took place, and always in the Orthodox Church, we had a decentralized system. We are familiar, we're familiar with this type of approach, and as our church helped different peoples, they gave the alphabet to the Slavic communities. So there was a coincidence of the church with ethnicity, and this cannot be, let's say, rejected right now. So the non-operation of the primacy actually helps these segregational phenomena. Now, as far as the questioning against the Council and the demonization of the Pope, all these sad events that took place in Trikala, it was disgraceful for the Greece itself, for the status of our country, to cancel a conference. This doesn't happen even in other events. We have an interfaith dialogue, and we have some fanatics going against, and they're proud, as you said, because they managed to stop such a major event. There were people from so many different dogmas there, religions, and it was such a bad event. So allow me to say just two things. After 1922 and the exchange of people, for decades, the country was a monopolistic, let's say, single religion country. And they would not accept any other presence. Of course, you understand that this also led to the fact that a non-Orthodox is not anymore a Greek. So I guess it was a practical aspect that took place, and the things that take place in other countries that we cannot accept, like what happened in Trikala. Totally unacceptable once again. So, Orthodox Church participates in the ecumenical dialogue right from the beginning. But the problem is that they never discuss about it abroad. They did not say something about it. So Greek theologians who participate in these events, they went to this ecumenical discussion. They had a good presence, I dare to say. But they don't talk to the students. I guess what's happening in Chalki, for instance, where teachers in Chalki participate in international fora, they talked about these ecumenical discussions. In Greece was something that they didn't want to talk about. Also the Pope, which is related to the Fourth Crusades and, of course, the catastrophe of the Byzants. All of these create a very, very bad and harsh and situation which is not at all Christian, but this is the reality. And this was left unsupervised, if I dare to say. And we see that there are such phenomena still because they don't want to discuss about it. So I have a personal story related to the late Metropolitan of Pergamos. During the first year of the Academy of Theology of Volos and its winter school, we had taken this school inspired by the Pergamon Ecclesia or Church and Eschatology, and he came to Volos and he talked about this topic. It was truly an amazing event, and we had no less than 300 people, 300 participants. We were at the conference center at Volos, and there were not enough spaces. We went to the second floor. We had, television for people to monitor, people to participate. Some years afterwards, we have once again the late Pergamos talk about Eucharism. Not many people participated, but still there were some people who wanted to do some, questions against, but they were, let's say, respectful. That was in 2008. In 2011, in October, when our Academy of Volos, who hosted Metropolitan of Pergamos as an honorary member, outside the building, there is a counter event, people with holding posters and that he's a heretic, etc., etc. I remember I talked to the Metropolitan of Pergamos back then, after all these events, how he interpreted all these things, how could we explain this phenomenon. And he said that what played a major role was that the Orthodox co-president of the International Committee of Theological Dialogue with the Catholics and of the supra-Orthodox, the fanatics, if I dare to say, made him understand that he was an heretic. I didn't cover what you said, but I believe I gave you some kind of answers, provide some kind of answers. Thank you. Tomorrow, half of the day will be dedicated to the contribution of the Metropolitan Pergamos in the dialogue with the Protestants and the Roman Catholic Church. And we shall finish with the synthesis and the consequences at the political, financial, contemporary world, generally speaking. Have a good night.